Thank you, everybody, for coming. We're going to get this meeting started. Sorry we're a few minutes late. We're having some technical issues, so we won't use the technical part of this. We're going to go ahead and get this commission meeting started. It is 10:05 a.m. and we're in the chamber. I call the commission regular meeting to order. Present are Commissioner Jill Luke, Vice Mayor McDowell, myself, Mayor Hanks, Commissioner Vanessa Carasone, Commissioner Emrich, City Attorney Amber Slayton, City Manager Peter Lear, City Clerk Katie Pito. We have Captain King is in the back, representing the police department. We have
Captain King.
Captain King.
It just sounds cool.
We have Chief Scott Titus back there representing for Team Red.
Cool.
Team Red. So if we can, let's stand. Pastor Brian will give us the invocation.
Oh, we should put our stuff on vibrate.
Thank you for this honor today. I love coming in here and opening up with an invocation. I'm Pastor Brian. I'm the pastor of Awaken Church here in Northport. We've been here for just about 6 years, actually. On January 20th, we turned 6 years old. It's been an honor for my family, for myself, to be a part of this amazing city. And so if you would, just bow your heads with me, we'll pray and open this up. Father, we thank you today, God, for the opportunity that we have to conduct business that helps our city be better. And Father, you said in Ephesians chapter 6, verse 18, that we should pray at all times for all different reasons, and that we should reach out unceasingly, God. And then in James chapter 1, verse 5, you told us that if anyone lacks wisdom, that we should ask of you, because you grant wisdom without looking at that person. You are willing to always grant wisdom. And so, Father, we pray for that today. We pray for wisdom in dealing with city issues. We pray for wisdom for things that maybe are coming up the road that we don't even know about yet. We just ask for your wisdom, for your guidance, for your leadership in our lives and in our city. Father, I pray for compassion to be in the hearts of every leader, every city leader. Father, I pray that they would have a heart to see things, Lord, the way that you do, and that they would rule justly and they would make wise decisions. And Father, lastly, I just pray a blessing on every city official, everyone that's representing our city in some way in this room today. God, I pray for a blessing on them themselves, for their families. God, that you would grant them peace in their homes, Lord. And we just thank you again for the opportunity that we have today to conduct this business. We pray that you bless it. In Christ's name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. The pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor Brian. Okay, can I get an approval of the agenda, please?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Carasone. Let us take that.
Okay.
I just heard this in the
Heard out of the right ear.
So we're going to take a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. That was passed unanimously. Announcements. City Clerk.
Thank you. We have the current vacancies on the following boards and committees: the Art Advisory Board, the Audit Committee, the Beautification and Tree Scenic Highway Committee, Charter Review Advisory Board, Community Economic Development Advisory Board, the Environmental Advisory Board, Historic and Cultural Advisory Board, Joint Management Advisory Board, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, Public Utilities Advisory Board, and the Zoning Board of Appeals. We have the upcoming expirations on the following advisory boards and committees: Beautification and Tree Scenic Highway, Charter Review Advisory Board, Citizens Tax Oversight Committee, Community Economic Development Advisory Board, the Firefighters Pension Board of Trustees, Joint Management Advisory Board, Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, and Public Utilities Advisory Board. There is also a position for one Northport resident to serve on the Sarasota-Manatee Metropolitan Planning Organization's Scenic Highway Committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to public comment. Vice Mayor.
I have one, unless there's still some sitting.
Hector Munez. Please state your name for the record. Right over here, sir. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Hector Munoz. I'm a resident of Northport. Happy New Year to everybody. Merry Christmas for those who didn't have a Christmas. But anyways, my comment is about the commissioner directives. I made a presentation in July of this last year, and there was a commission directive for staff to bring forward a reading and a monthly update. And I've been watching, and it was supposed to be a reading prior to the end of the year. We're now on 2019, and looking back, we still have commission directives from March of 2017 that are yet to be brought up. Is there an update? What can we do to follow through with the commission directives that are that were given direction for the staff to complete? Is there any update for the month? Is there anything concrete that is available that we can move on? Is there anything else that we can provide to get this on track?
Thank you, Mr. Menez. You finished? Yeah, go
Yes.
ahead, Commissioner McDowell.
City Manager, could you please give us an update on the community gardens? It's been 7 months.
Commercial
I
garden.
mean, the commercial gardens, I'm sorry. I said community, didn't I?
There's an ordinance that's been drafted, it's in legal review right now.
Okay, so it's in legal review. Do you have an anticipated date when we'll see it for first? It has to go to PZAB first. So when is it going to go to PZAB, and when do you think we'll see it for first reading?
We expect the legal review to be complete by this month. There was some unanticipated research, some potential complications that you wouldn't just expect. We had to make sure that the ordinance is in compliance with some federal laws that exist related to agriculture. So we expect to return that back to the internal client by the end of the month.
And then PZAB?
It will go to PZAB. Depending on when we get it this month, we'll try to get it to PZAB.
Okay. End of this, well, if it's going to take
If
legal.
we get it by the end of the month, we'll try to have it to PZAB in February, which means after that it will come to you all.
So March at the latest?
I think that's a safe timeline at this point.
Is it possible, if there's any further delays, for you to send a memo to Advise Commission so that way we could let our citizen know?
Ma'am.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
I appreciate your patience. I
Thank
mean, this
you.
has been a long thing. You've gone through the process. You've jumped every hoop. You've done it the way it needed to be done properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menez. Okay, we're going to move on. Item 4, presentations. We have a presentation by Mr. Rich Suggs, Partnership for Creative Economies. You have 15 minutes. Mr. Lear.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Suggs is on his way up here. He presented back on December 11th. It was directed to bring back here after the city attorney and I met with him on what legally could be done. I did meet with Mr. Suggs and one other gentleman, and the city attorney and I also met on what was legally allowed to be done. That yes, we could legally give money to an economic development organization. Subsequent to that, this presentation, or the letter that's attached at the backup, came in, so I'll let Mr. Suggs give his presentation on that.
Thank you, Mr. Suggs. You have 15 minutes, sir.
Okay. I want to thank you so much for allowing me to come here and talk about an idea that more than myself think will help foster economic development diversity in this city. Why are we here on the 8th of January? As the city manager mentioned, I came here on the 11th and presented an idea and asked for consensus to move forward with more information that I'm hoping to be able to provide here today. I will be presenting a structure of the proposed partnership, preliminary budget, and a vision, and then hopefully to receive a commitment from this commission to participate in this partnership. During the initial presentation, there were some questions that were answered, and subsequent to that, I spoke with members of the commission and city staff, and they had some questions, and hopefully we'll be able to answer some of those today. As the city manager mentioned, the city can enter into a contractual relationship with the economic development organization and they are already in a contractual relationship with the Economic Development Corporation of Sarasota County. I was asked why this would work better than what we have already. And I would take you back to early November, I believe the 9th, when we had a presentation at the Real Estate Summit. And at the summit, an expert in site selection, which is the Site Selection magazine, Ron Starner, came and basically told us that we had an opportunity with the Braves coming to town to really get on the map. That is something that put Northport on the map. And are we ready for that? And he answered some questions, and one of them was that we're not ready. We are not known by most site selectors. There were comments ranging from, I don't know where Northport is, I don't know what county it's in. I'm not familiar with that port. So whatever we're doing right now is as good as we want to think it is, it's not adequate. Okay, and so we need something that's going to be more laser focused on Northport. The League of Cities recommends that local EDOs tend to work better.
EDO versus EDC, can you?
EDO, Economic Development Organizations.
Organization, okay.
Right. And there seems to be some concern about EDOs and sunshine laws. Well, the state of Florida gives special dispensation to EDOs now. In fact, the city of Northport's Economic Development Department has that same special dispensation for contractual relationships. You've got to understand these businesses come here wanting to expand their operations. If everything from the very beginning was made into the sunshine, not many companies are going to want to expose their plans and their financials to just anyone. And so until the city enters into an agreement and it needs to go into the planning stages, so the initial negotiations basically are hidden from sunshine, and that's true all over the country, but especially all over Florida. Cities and the citizens need to have a voice. I agree 110%. But what we're having right now is private landowners developing their own property, and regardless of if it's on the newspaper, if it's on radio, if it's in social media, you're hearing about why does the city allow this business to come here? Well, the city doesn't have a lot of choice. As long as that is a legal business and it meets zoning regs, that private landowner can basically sell that land to anyone. So you're really not getting a voice in what comes to Northport. I don't know how many people in this room are aware that next to our brand new Taco Bell, we're getting a brand new Waffle House on Sumter Avenue in beautiful downtown Northport. I don't consider that economic development. I consider that eventuality. If you do not have a plan and you do not try to work the plan, you're going to get private landowners to basically just let whoever pays them the most money for their land develop it. And as long as it is legal, that was what you will have here in Northport. I would love to start a partnership with the city where the city sits on the board as part of the steering committees. We get input from the citizens to determine a plan and work toward that plan. We have a very limited amount of commercial space here in this city. And I would love to identify with citizen input and with commission input what kind of businesses you would like to see. And then let the EDO, Partnership for Creative Economies, go out and try to attract those types of businesses. That's what our job would be. organizational structure, if it moves forward today, we will form a Florida nonprofit corporation tomorrow. Now, I've got a lot of people to say, well, this organization isn't even constructed yet. And you're absolutely right, because we would like the city's input on how that's constructed. We don't want to go over and above the city. We want to be part of the city. We will consider applying for an Internal Revenue Service to become a 501c6 entity. We will plan on having an executive director. I have no idea if that's going to be me or who. That's up to the board. And we will have a board of directors, approximately 13 to 21 members. In addition to a board of directors, we will plan on having steering committees. And they will be based on the following areas if approved by the board. Again, a lot of this is preliminary because I don't have a board yet. This partnership doesn't have a board yet. Healthcare, education, entertainment, tourism, technology and innovative industries, entrepreneurship, business recruitment. Now you see a plus there, it could be more. And depending on the board, it could be less. I've spoken with people that you see listed here. Some of them you have known, some of them you might not know. These are people that would be interested in working with the city to develop economic triggers or catalysts that will help drive the metabolism of Northport's economic development. I'm not looking, and these people are not looking, to put particular businesses. We want to identify what will benefit Northport the most. I mean, once we've built out what we have, it's kind of late to start planning for economic development. What these people would like to see. To a person, they said they would like to, or they would have an interest in being involved if there were a concrete commitment from the city to actively be a part and participate in the development of projects brought forward and approved. I've heard people say that we've had private EDOs in the past and they all failed. And that's true. The one common factor of all of those is there was no concrete city participation. We would like to change that. The proposed roles. Partnership for Creative Economies will take the primary role as the entity for developing a diverse economy in the city of Northport. Now that's not me, that's not any one person. That's hopefully the city will be involved, so the city and the citizens will be part of that. You do need somebody that takes the call. So the initial contact will be through the partnership. Is that going to be through me or your new hire? That will be determined. Partnership will include members of city staff on steering committees. I've spoken to Mr. Frank Miles. I've spoken to the city manager, and they like the idea of being on steering committees or planning committees. Steering committees is my term. One of the things that was brought to me by a staff member was, in the past, the Economic Development Department of the city never included the planning into the planning department into their plans. And so they would present something, and lo and behold, there was problems and that needed to be addressed. Well, having somebody from the city planning department into the meetings initially would probably help. Having someone from fire and police department, because they're going to be the ones having to respond to that. having them a part of that decision-making process. Majority of the funding is going to be through the organization, members of the organization. First year's expense budget is proposed to be approximately $120,000. Initially at the first, we proposed a 60-40 funding split, but upon further consideration, we can do that. We were saying up to $60,000. Well, 40% of the budget that we came up with is $48,000, but I think we have a better and a more simple approach to the city participation. We're going to have 6+ steering committees at a cost of $5,000 per site or seat on the committee. There will only be 5, and then we're going to have a board seat that costs $1,000. If the city decided to spend or to appear on each one of the steering committees, that would be 5 times 6, $30,000. If they wanted to be on the board, which I'm hoping they would be, that would be an extra $1,000. I'm not asking for that money today. I don't have an invoice in hand saying I need your $30,000 or $31,000. Obviously, this needs to be built. When it comes to the time, what I'm looking for is a commitment that the city would like to participate in a Northport-focused economic development organization. So the next thing we say is, how do we move forward from this? This isn't an idea. An idea, I think the time has come. We need something that is focused on Northport, not being reactive but proactive. Forming a board that will then get a strategic plan together, working with the city and the citizens of the city, and then work toward fulfilling that plan. Going out and recruiting those types of businesses, not waiting until the landowner comes and says, well, guess what, I got another restaurant coming to town. It's all national brands, but man, Waffle House looks good on Sumter. So I'm asking you for a commitment to participate. How that appears, I fully understand. I don't have a structure yet, and I'm not asking for money yet. I'm asking for a commitment. Do you have any questions?
Okay, so as we move forward, I'm just going to kind of start at this side of the board and we'll work our way down with.
Can we have public comment first?
Do you want public comment first? Would you
Is
guys
there,
like to do
is
the public
there,
comment first?
is there any on this topic?
Yes, there's.
There's one here. I didn't know. Usually we do it after questions, but if the board is okay with that, I'll be happy to entertain. Okay. Mr. Duval?
I'm Dave Duval. I'm a citizen of Northport. I thank Mr. Suggs for his input here, but as a citizen, I say no go. Why should the city of Northport, that has its own department that the taxpayers pay for, also pay for an outside entity that's made up of business people that will end up profiting the business people? I do agree with Mr. Suggs on the idea of having local businesses versus all national chains. But that's something that can be accomplished by people like Mr. Suggs, either running for office in this city, taking a job with this city, or getting on city committees, but not by using taxpayer dollars for a private organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duval. I'd like to recognize that ex-Commissioner Linda Yates is in the room. Welcome. Thank you for coming back. And I have a public comment card from you, so please.
Good morning, Commissioners. And no, I only have 3 minutes, so I'm going to try and keep this pretty fine-tuned. You know, here it's very ironic. I kind of find myself 10 years later standing up before a commission to where I stood up back then when things such as this came to the commission. It really was one of the very reasons that I decided to run for commission. So I think it's probably no surprise to anybody as far as my opposition to something like this. I appreciate the ideas. I appreciate the community being involved in making our city the great city that it is already and continues to be. You know, what's really troubling me too is after 8 years of actually being a guardian to watch for wasteful spending, and also being very adamant about public transparency, public involvement, it's very concerning to hear some of the comments from that 12/11 meeting that had to do with one of the very reasons to look at something like this was so that the private sector can do things out of the sunshine. That is very troubling to me. And, you know, I do know that fellow commissioners that I serve with actually campaigned on public transparency, public involvement, and the lack of, you know, to not waste public monies, to work with the private sector and move this city forward. So I appreciate that, and I do have confidence that you'll do the right thing with this particular proposal. I don't have time to go into the specifics paragraph by paragraph of the 2-page proposal that was put in front of you. I don't see the clock. There's the clock. All right. So, you know, there's a lot of concerns here. I'm also concerned that the information in the backup material is different than what I just verbally heard. So I'm seeing things that are coming forward to you that are changing. And, you know, as far as this, I got to tell you, the private sector can already do things out of the sunshine. These business folks in this community, those that have passion for helping our city grow, can and do things out of the sunshine. They bring those projects, which I understand that there's projects already ready to come to the commission. Where are they? Why aren't they coming? Get rid of all of this. This is certainly not something that is needed. We have an economic development department that basically has done what Mr. Suggs has presented that his corporation would do. So, you know, there are state exemptions that our department works under and has been working under. When projects come, there's confidentiality. None of this is needed. Let's take the money that's being asked for, put it to good use. We have infrastructure that we need in this city, and let's continue to work with the chamber. We have a great relationship with the chamber. Our staff actually participates. So let's continue to do that. The successes, as Mr. Lear has provided in a sheet, is just a sampling of how far we've come in the city. So I thank you for your time, and I'm confident you'll do the right thing and say no.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner, I'm going to start with
Right on time.
No, right on time. I'm going to start with my left side and work our way back. Remember, about 5 to 8 minutes, give or take, for questioning. If we have to come back around for another round, we can do that.
This is a presentation, it's not an agenda item, so we can have discussion or comment also, correct? Not just questioning?
Do what?
This is not an agenda item, it's a presentation. So I have the right to discuss, not just question on this, correct?
Yeah, 5 to
Okay,
8 minutes.
thank you.
for everyone to-
What past commissioner was talking about, I was the one that requested what has happened over the last 2 years through our own economic development growth. And I know you guys don't have a copy of it, but we have 2 new manufacturing businesses that have come because of our economic development department, and there's a 3rd one that is in process currently. There are 11 new service businesses in the community. There are 11 new retail businesses within the community. There are 13 projects in process in the community. All of these are because of the effort of our own economic development department. So I don't like, and I take offense, when people look at the city and say they don't do, they don't achieve. I mean, what was it, 10,000 permits this year? There is growth going on in this city that needs to be balanced and controlled. Going into the presentation, as I stated, this is a presentation. It is not an agenda item. Asking for something to be done for a vote or that on an agenda item, on a presentation, I don't think would be legal or proper either. The comment was just made that you want to be part of the city. Can't be because you're not staff. I agree you cannot control private land ownership. Can't do that. That is up to them. So as long as the ULDC and the code and everything is written the way it is, and they come and produce a certain business, you have to allow them, whether it's a national name or not. And I spoke to the EDC of Sarasota County in Northport. We look at any small uptick in our economy, in our city, as positive. It doesn't have to be some big fancy thing. It doesn't have to be monumental or that. Everything we count in this city, because we're new, we're just sprouting. So everything that's positive. I'm thankful for somebody who has a home-based business. That one person, thankful for that, and it's happening. 67% of our businesses are those folks, and I'm glad they have settled here. You brought up the fact that you are not an entity at this point. We're going to be talking about a P3 later in this meeting. We don't even have for a P3 to be structured at this point, but one of the criteria of doing so, because down in the third paragraph, you have called this a public-private partnership in the backup material. That doesn't even fit the criteria of what that P3 legal writing that we're looking at later, so that doesn't even have it. Point of contact as an executive director. We have criteria within our city, what the education, the background, the experience of what our staff is. And an executive director that we have no control over, I mean, he could be from any business or just a homemade guru to himself. I mean, we have criteria here, and losing that control, to me, is outside of protecting the city and the citizens within their taxpayer rights. So there is no established company, admittedly so. Infrastructure was listed in the backup material as one of the criteria that would be looked at. I don't see how an economic company would look at infrastructure. That is definitely something that city does. Again, it was stated if you want to do something like this, a private company, over and over, it was talked about being a private entity. Private entities can do it. But on the second page, it says, it is strongly believed that without concrete support from the city, most of these projects, and it's oftentimes calling projects and not businesses or leads, but it says most of these projects will not move to fruition. Well, let the city do it. We don't have to have a middleman to do something for us. We have a brand new hire coming into a department that we have the ability to enhance and build up and build more partnerships in the region and outside of the region. Give that the opportunity to grow before we throw money to a middleman that has more control, because in this backup, it also states that all economic inquiries from outside sources would go to this corporation, this entity, and not to the city, where we have strategic plans in place. We have to, it's regulated by the state. And ERSR, what is put in legally by the law? No, I cannot condone something like that. Again, we asked for the legal part of it, but we were told several things in the last meeting, but we were told we would see a budget. There's no budget, there's no business plan, there's no entity, and that just violates everything that we are going to be looking at to put our trust in a P3, in a private-public partnership. Violates it all.
We'd like to move on, Ms. Luke, to the next commissioner. We can come back to it.
We may come back, because I got about halfway through this backup material and various comments. It all leads to the same conclusion. There is no way I can support this type of entity Not at all.
Thank you, Commissioner Luke. Vice Mayor.
All right. I am very disappointed between the backup material that we received and your presentation today. The backup material that we received is saying things that you're going to, I don't know which one we're going to be using. Are we using the presentation or are we using the backup materials?
Would you like me to answer that?
Please, please.
Okay, I was called last Thursday and said, if you want to be on the agenda, we need to have some backup material. I had a planned meeting with people that are involved in this on Saturday. Some of those things changed, and it will change. I mean, this is a situation that is fluid, but I would love the city to be involved in those changes.
Okay. So, Mr. Suggs, I appreciate it when a citizen brings forth an idea. I am all for ideas. That's what your presentation was on the 11th. While I didn't agree with what you presented, the board said 3-2 to come back with more information. Mm-hmm. You were going to come back with a budget. You were going to come back with, I believe, some board of directors. You were going to come back with a plan. And that's what I thought this was. You requested the date of January 8th. That was something you requested. For you to say that Thursday, staff called you and said, hey, we need something for this meeting, I find outrageous.
I'm going to stop right there because I think that we are badgering a
I'm
resident.
I'm not badgering him.
And,
Not badgering him at all.
Let's
I'm
just-
stating what I believe based on the presentation from from December 11th.
I mentioned on January the 11th of potential board members. Those lists of people that you saw in the presentation today are the potential board members. But to a person, they said, unless the city is involved, they would not be involved.
Okay. So based on your presentation, which city manager, could you please put in the backup materials along with the list of accomplishments from the city that you emailed to all of the commissioners? I think it was late yesterday. Could you put that list and Mr. Suggs's presentation into the backup materials? I would be grateful. That way then the citizens can see it themselves. So I am, after I expressed my disappointment between what was presented in the backup materials and what was shown today, I do have some questions that are based on what was presented in the backup materials.
Sure.
And I'm not sure if some of these questions are going to be answered by you or if they'll be answered by staff. So first off, city manager, you stated at the beginning of this that we could enter into a contract with Partnership for Creative Economies.
Just because that's not exactly what I stated, I said that we could enter into a contract with an economic development organization.
With an economic development organization, okay.
Well, right now, the organization you mentioned doesn't legally exist.
Exactly, that's
So I
what-
can't enter into something that doesn't exist.
Thank you.
That's why I wanted to clarify. But yes, we can enter into a contract with an economic development organization. If they form one, we can enter into it. And the contract will be however you all decide you want it to be. So it's a contract between the city and that organization. So
Thank you for that clarification. It is my understanding right now, at the December 11th meeting, I talked about a triangle with Sarasota County, the city of Northport, and the Sarasota County Economic Development Corporation, kind of being this three-part triangle. And the reason why I've only focused on the county was because it's my understanding that the county is the one that gave the approval to create the EDC corporation. And am I correct so far?
I know. It was a county board.
Correct, and they said to create this.
Right, but municipalities, organizations all
participate.
sat on that board.
Correct.
So, yes, you are
Okay.
correct to that degree.
So it is my understanding that Enterprise Florida and the state EDO, if they get any leads from, let's pick on Amazon. Let's go big. Amazon wants to come to Northport. They're not going to come to Northport and say, hey, we want to come here. They're going to go to the state because they want state incentives. The state then takes that information, we'll call it a little calling card, and gives it to the Sarasota County EDC Corporation because Northport is in Sarasota County. I'd like to understand how that will work if the city of Northport enters into this possible agreement with you and your partnership for creative economies. Because you're asking, according to this sheet, to be the lead. But the Sarasota County Corporation is automatically the lead when it comes from the state. So if anybody could shed some light on that.
I would love to try. You know, what I'm trying to propose is more of a proactive approach than a reactive approach. Someone has to answer the phone, and someone has to initialize the first meetings to see if it's appropriate. You know, again, I go back to the fact of I encourage the city to work the plan. You mentioned the fact that there is a economic development strategic plan. Well, there is something on paper, but according to your own paperwork, it's expired as in 2018. So having an update, since it was actually proposed and put into practice in 2012, some of that might have been outdated and needs to be updated, and I would like to be a part of that. I would like the city to be a part of that. I would like people that have a stake in Northport be a part of that. Citizens, businesses. You know, one of the things that we seem to forget that we are not only populated by citizens, we're populated by businesses. And businesses need to have representation the same as citizens do. It's pretty common knowledge in the economic development world that rooftops actually cost a city more than they receive in revenue. You need something. Did you want me to stop, Ms. Vice Mayor?
My question had to deal with the Enterprise Florida and the state.
Well, I said
So
somebody's got to answer the phone, and somebody would set up the initial meetings to see if it's appropriate for Northport. But right now, we don't know what's appropriate for Northport because we don't have a economic development strategic plan.
Well, you mentioned the strategic plan in your backup materials. And it says that you would like to plot a plan and you would expect to work closely with the city to produce an economic development strategic plan update.
Yeah.
Not too sure what that word means. I know what it means to me, but I'm not sure what it means to you guys. And have already begun the conversations, and you want commission approval to create this strategic plan update. While we have a strategic plan that has lapsed because the cover sheet says until 2018, it doesn't mean it's invalid. It's still workable. They're still going to be able to use it. We have planned to do a strategic plan next year in the budget.
Hence the word update, ma'am.
So are you
that
going
was
to?
the update portion. I fully grasp. I am actually on the Community and Economic Development Advisory Board for the City of Northport, and am provided with that. I fully know that there's a lot of good things in there, and I applaud the people that helped put that together. Some of it is outdated, and it needs to be just the same as our ULDC is outdated. And you are updating the ULDC. It could be called a rewrite, it could be called an update, it could be called whatever semantics we want to use. Without a updated, a current, a coherent economic development strategy, you are basically going to allow, I mean, I don't know exactly what you're telling your economic development new hire to do.
And that, sir, is between the city manager and his staff.
Well, but
It's
guess
an
what?
economic-
I'm a citizen, and
Okay.
I would like to know what that means.
And I get that.
Folks, thank you.
I have
to
one more.
move on. You have one more?
Well, I have one more question.
I'm going to come back because I think Ms. Luke has some more too.
I will let you all go.
Thank you. Commissioner Carasone.
First and foremost, thank you for bringing something different with some vision to the city. while I too am a little concerned about what was presented and what wasn't. I would like to see us get a more solid foundation and presentation for discussion and possible action in the future. I'm not sure if this is about saving taxpayer dollars on the economic development initiative, and if so, we need to kind of see how that actually is justified. We do need a solid budget. I saw that there was a possible $120,000 budget, that we would be paying $45,000 of it, and so that was in the original plan. We need to know where that $120,000 goes, because honestly, if $45,000 of it came from the city's contribution, similarly to what we do right now in Sarasota, then we need to know what happens with that funding, because I do believe that plays a portion into the legal aspect of economic development.
I'll be glad to provide that.
The other thing is a solid policy on how the city will work with this partnership. I don't believe that the corporation would be the first point of contact. I don't believe that Sarasota County's Economic Development Corp was the first point of contact in the Braves. I think that it's always different depending on what that is. So we definitely need a solid plan on how that partnership looks, because I do not agree with the whole pay for a seat. No matter what, the city has to be involved, because you're not going to get anywhere without the city involvement, you know. And I'm not even sure if we could legally pay for a seat to be represented on. That would have to take some conversation there. And overall, just a solid pros and cons. Why is it that we want to go with an economic development corporation versus creating a larger EDC department within the city of Northport and grooming that and expanding that? So we really need to see both sides of it in order to make an educated decision. And we really need to see where that money is going to go in order to make a fiscally responsible decision. So
Absolutely.
That's it.
Commissioner Emmerich.
Good morning, Rich.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your presentation. I appreciate your vision. We do have the new hire in the Economic Development Department. Have you met with that individual and talked with that individual at all about this
she is
plan
also
going forward?
In fairness to Mr. Suggs, she hasn't started. She starts on January 18th.
Okay, I wasn't sure about her timing, so.
I am aware of who it is, and I have spoken with her. She's also serves on the as the representative for the Economic Development Corporation of Sarasota County on the Northport Area Chamber of Commerce Business and Economic Development Committee. And so I have spoken with her on several occasions there.
Well, the reason I ask that is because they're coming on board now. They haven't started or even gone in to go in there. But going down the road, I would like to have more staff input, especially from that department, on how we're looking in economic development as well. Not just relying on city manager, because I know he's busy and he might be missing a few things. But I'd like to see that working. He is busy. But I'd like to see a little bit more of that and see where that goes, especially before I'm talking about any type of money or anything. But you talked about concrete commitment. Now, I do believe that a concrete commitment would also be staff time, being involved, also up until the point to where then we start talking money. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So I see where you're going. I appreciate it. And yeah, there may be a need for that. So, thank you. That's pretty much all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Luke, do you have anything to wrap up? I'll wait till then. Do you have anything you want to wrap up?
Picking up on my sheet, there was discussion in the backup material about a strategic plan update. That is something that actually is going to be coming up in a meeting real soon because I have placed it. I've requested it be placed as an agenda item. We do have an opportunity to look at this Economic Development Department with fresh eyes, and we need to do that. We don't need a middleman. Nobody can do anything without it going back to the city anyhow. So why would we have somebody picking the phone up in order to make the next call to us, or it end up to us anyhow? So I think we need to build what we have and go from there. Strategic plan is currently done with the people in mind, even if you say that's because it's the elected official, is the representative of the people. You sit on a board on this city who puts input into that type of stuff for the strategic plan. Anybody can approach the representatives and the staff of the city to address a strategic plan idea or anything. The ideas that you're bringing forward, because you're calling them ideas, could be discussed with the new economic development team and go from there. But to link the two together in a partnership, I cannot agree with that. Again, it talks about projects. Everybody can talk about projects, but it's the hardcore getting business that we need to discuss. We have the ability to do everything in-house ourselves, and that's where it should lie, where it's transparent for our citizens. In the next to the last paragraph, it talks about again, putting down what we do in the city and stating that, we could be, or putting down what we do in the city and then stating that we could be a region, state, and nation attracting top-level industry and high-tech education entrepreneurship to our area. But yet, within this backup material, there was no plan to prove those types of statements. And I will not mention this last one. It was brought up by previous commissioner in her comments, so I will not discuss that. Thank you for allowing me.
Commissioner McDowell, a couple of
Yeah.
more minutes worth of follow-up.
I always take pause when something seems to be rushed and there's so many unanswered questions. I know it's an idea and I know it's something that's being explored. But for us to get on board, I always feel we need to have the blanks filled in. And there's just too many blanks. We're talking about a company that doesn't even exist. We're talking about possibly working through Sunshine, possibly not working through Sunshine. That seems to be a kind of a gray area. If this is something that this city truly wants to do, it should be discussed during strategic planning and during the budget process. This is not a do or die situation. Obviously, our staff and our accomplishments that we've done in the past 2 years speak for themselves. We did all of that without this Partnership for Creative Economies. We probably did it all without the Sarasota County EDC Corporation. We did that with our staff.
Right.
And there's so many things that you're talking about doing, answering the phone, being the point of contact, getting with the fire department. We already do that stuff. We're duplicating services, and that comes at a cost. We have an SDR process. When a development comes in, they go through the process, which is open and transparent. We may not know what the name of the company is or what they're going to be doing because there is some level of not secrecy, but confidentiality with that project that comes to the city. We're already doing this. And I'm having a hard time differentiating what we're already doing and what you guys are proposing to do with taxpayer dollars and duplicating these services. So that's where I'm having a difficult time trying to wrap my head around it. In your backup material that you provided, it says there's a possibility of introducing several projects within 6 months. Sir, any developer can come to the city at any time with any one of those projects and say, hey, let's work through this. That's what our staff is here for. So again, I don't know exactly what you guys are going to be doing differently and not duplicating services. I always look at economic development as something that is completely unquantifiable. It might be my own made-up word. I'm known to do that, but it's unquantifiable. It's all about planting seeds. I could be at the airport talking to somebody, no clue who they are, about Northport, and all of a sudden they come by and they start a business here.
Right.
It's a seed that got planted that I had no idea would sprout and had no intention of ever finding out if it sprouted. I was advocating for my city. Just like you do, just like every single one of us does, just like many citizens do. We do that on a regular basis without even knowing it. If you have companies that want to come to Northport, they're more than welcome to come. Our door is wide open. I just am not understanding what your company, private company, is wanting to do that's different. The other thing I have to mention is the Chamber of Commerce is also a 501c6. That Chamber of Commerce works with the city. We have a unique partnership. They're not asking for startup money like you are in this. They're not asking for anything other than to be involved with the city and vice versa. They work independently, we work independently, but we all come together at the end of the day for the good of the city. So your partnership for creative economies, go for it. You don't need us. We are going to help you any way we can, but you, at this point, in my opinion, do not need taxpayer dollars.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Carasone, you have any follow-up?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about this recap on economic development activity. A lot of these things are actually way prior to 2016. So, for instance, Christian Brothers Auto Repair. The other thing that I want to mention is that it does say that these are noted economic development initiatives that worked with the Neighborhood Development Services and other city departments. They are not aware of the direct involvement with economic development. And if you look at this list, this is just essentially all of the things that have come to or are in the process of growing or being built or have been built within the city of Northport. So I do not want to put more emphasis on this paper that we had distributed than what it really is. That's all.
Commissioner Emmett, you have any follow-up? Mr. Suggs, I want to thank you for coming. I want to thank you for your presentation. I, on the other hand, am very appreciative that you tried to think out of the box. You looked at a scenario where you said, you gave us what looked like a solid 60-40 split. We said, well, bring us back some more information. You came back with exactly what that number would be, but then you also gave, which I felt was kind of a little forward thinking, some other scenarios. I appreciate the other scenarios. As far as whether or not we're able, whether or not we can pay to be on any kind of boards or anything, we do that all the time right now. We're paying for just about every board, several of the boards that we sit on now. So I don't think that that's going to be an issue personally, but I do feel that there is there are still some lingering questions out there. It really sounds from this board that really just need to be answered that before this board is able to really even move forward with anything at all. And I'm assuming that you've taken those notes, whether it's in your head or on a piece of paper, to know exactly the direction that it looked like that this board is having a problem with. I really don't know where to go from here. I would assume, I mean, I've heard definite no's here. I don't know this side of the board, but if the board is, Commissioner Carasone, I saw you were kind of making directions.
Yeah, I mean,
a little
I
bit
would.
there, so I'm not sure
That's why
exactly what you want to do.
I was kind of hoping that we would get, you know, an agenda item where we can get it, a vote on the record, you know, discussion and possible action for this particular initiative. And that is why I kind of notated all the things that we would absolutely need as part of that,
For that vote to take
that
place.
vote to take place. Because I couldn't vote on it today without having at least some, you know, more information. So
That's what was supposed to be produced
That's what
today,
was
though.
supposed to be produced today.
Are we going to kick the can down the road?
I think if we don't have a vote, we're not going to have a decision. So let's get that vote on the record, be it 3-2, be it 1-4, whatever it is, it needs to be on the record so that it gets put to bed. That's what I think.
We had a consensus last time to allow a second go-round at this. Why not have a consensus of whether we even want it to come back as an agenda item?
Sounds like a perfect
Okay.
idea. So can I get a consensus on whether or not we want Mr. Suggs and the Partnership for Creative Economies to come back, be put back on the agenda? I would suggest, with the consensus, if it is put back on the agenda, in order for it to be on that agenda, specific things have got to be put in the backup. So we have a chance to take a look at those things. And those things mentioned, as Carasone mentioned, even as Vice Mayor and Commissioner Luke mentioned, to be put on there. So can I get a consensus of whether or not?
So the consensus is,
Would we bring
or the consensus is
Do we
to
want to?
bring back.
Yes. Do we
And
want
then
to bring
this
back
way it's yes
on
or
a
no.
specific
Yeah.
agenda item?
Yeah.
So it can be discussed and it can be voted on, with the context or the pretext that those specific things need to be in the backup before the meeting itself, so we can have a chance to kind of chew on it, go through it. Commissioner McDonough.
Can I just ask a question? This consensus, is it going to include that this Corporation for Creative Economies, Partnership for Creative Economies actually be a registered business in the state of Florida with a business plan and 501c6 designation? Otherwise, we're kicking this can down the road. If we don't have a viable entity that is legal, why are we even talking about this?
I personally don't know that the entity itself has to be established by the time we make that decision. It would obviously be, from my perspective, that organization would definitely have to persist before we sign any contracts or anything like that. You can't sign contracts with a company that doesn't exist.
But it's going to be taking up staff time, again, for something that doesn't exist except for Mr. Suggs.
I think the staff time that's been taken right now, and I may be wrong other than the few meetings that were had, is just the time that we're spending
Minuscule.
here. I don't know. I could be wrong.
May I bring a point? I mean, we're later going to be talking about P3s. 4A says a description of the private entity, including name, address, website, type of organization, legal structure, and portfolio of prior projects is a criteria. Even under definitions, P3 unsolicited proposal, that includes conceptual information sufficient for the city to determine whether its proposed ideas, again, just under that detailed proposal, means a proposal, solicited or unsolicited, that contains detail beyond a conceptual level is sufficient for the city to compare and completely to others. So to me, it doesn't even fit the criteria of what we're going to look at later. And unless they can bring this type of stuff back in an agenda item.
That's exactly, I think, the point that that Commissioner Carrison was trying to make and I'm trying to get to.
But in order to do that, it has to be a registered corporation.
Exactly, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of work to get
It's a
there.
lot of work.
Absolutely is. So the question on the board for the consensus is, do we want to give time for Mr. Suggs to come back with those specific things put in the backup material? Staff will get with him concerning exactly what those things are, what they need to be by the next, whatever that agenda meeting, I'm not putting a date to that.
Right.
You know, you can let staff know, when is a good time for you guys, and we'll do it then. Can I get a consensus on that, Commissioner Emmerich? Yes. Commissioner
I'm a yes.
Stone, I'm a yes.
It looks like city manager
Oh, do you have
wants to
something?
say something.
Sorry.
Just the city attorney and I were just talking about whether or not the information that was discussed in the P3 ordinance, this doesn't fall under that ordinance.
Not at all.
Right, no, not at all.
Not even
I
close.
just want to make sure that everybody's clear that
We know.
Right.
whatever's going on here doesn't fall under the P3
But
ordinance.
Exactly, but I will state that that was the criteria that was put for a P3. They called themselves in the backup material a public-private partnership. They used the term themselves. And if they are going to solidify a potential P3 organization to us, to me, what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Now, maybe we need to
My vote was no.
explain what the difference between a public-private partnership is, because that can take place with anything, and what a P3 actually is, because they are completely different things.
Public-private partnership is a general term.
Right.
It's not a term of art, and it's not even defined in the statute. The ordinance that we're going to be considering later applies only to qualifying projects under the statute. Those typically include buildings, facilities, infrastructure, things like that. They do not include services. So this anticipated type of partnership does not fall under the qualifying project for the public-private partnership statute that we've been talking about so much of late. So my recommendation, Mayor, would be that if the commission does want this brought back as an agenda item, that you let the presenter know what information the commission would like to come back, because as staff, if we're not using that P3 ordinance, we don't have a basis for identifying that.
Okay. So, moving forward with the consensus that was brought forth, minus staff providing those things, you've heard the very things that would be necessary. It's on record. It's on a video. I have a 3-yes vote so far. I'm going to go on down the board.
Absolutely not.
No.
Okay, so do you understand that consensus, City Clerk? I know we dialogued throughout it. Okay, so we have a 3-2 yes for that consensus. Thank you, Mr. Suggs.
Yes. Would you like me to just keep this presentation on here so you can grab it?
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Suggs.
Thank you so
Sir.
much. Appreciate it.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, right now we're going to take a 5-minute break because we have somebody going to work on our device, so I apologize, but we have some
Hey,
technical
will it work?
issues here. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. Make it 10 because I'm sure it'll be that
Basil, go
anyways.
It will be.
makes me feel important that I'm doing something for the community. I like helping people, and I love the work. We got 2.8 inches of rain last night. How I approach it is I got to release some of that water out that we got and get prepared for the next day because you know it's going to rain again. Like I've been draining these for the last 2 weeks between 16 and 20 inches every day below the wall. And that one little rain, look what it did. For being here so long, you get experience, you get the feel of the water, how the water flows and all that. So if you've done it long enough, you get the feel. I could do this in my sleep because I'm so used to doing it. Yeah, I've been working for the city for 20 years. I'm from North Hills, Pennsylvania. I came down here to help my dad out when I graduated from high school. I started looking for like a future place I can work, retirement, and something's gonna be helpful for me in the long run and help people out. So I put in an application for the city and they hired me, which was good. Best thing that could ever happen. City's got 30 water control structures, 5 gated structures. I'm opening at least minimum 15 today. I got 3 kids, 2 boys and a daughter. And my oldest son gave me my first grandkid. He'll be 3. So I spent a lot of time with them because family's first. Oh, I'm a real sports fanatic, big hockey fan. Yeah, I was hoping my Penguins would win it this year, but I can't complain. They won the last 2 years. You can't win it all the time. Yesterday was 16 inches below. It's 10 inches above today. So what I'm doing here now is when I open this one up, see how high it is? I'm draining it down. By the end of the day, it should be like 16 inches below the wall. And there's a R ditch here, and there's like outfalls that come in. Once you get to a certain level, you'll see the water coming into the canals. And then when I get done, I gotta log it on the computer. What I do is I write the time I was here, when I inspected it, what I did, the water level, and the height. This was like 20.4 this morning, and it's almost up to 21. Plus, the water that I'm bringing down raised it a little bit, but you see how it's pushing the water over fast? Each one controls a gate. If you put it on auto, it works on the computer. And then manual, this is for gate 2. If I wanted to close it, I hit the blue button, I hold it in until the gates get completely closed. If I want to open it, I do the vice versa, the other opposite. And there's one for each one. Oh, I love my job. I get to work with good people, and we can enjoy what we're doing when we're at work. That's how I was brought up by my dad. He was real caring about his work, and so was I. So like I do take it home. I look at the weather and everything, so I look at the bridge reading and all that. And that should be it. I'll just come back and clean them off.
What makes this place so special is the people, the community who you serve, and the people who you work with. Our mission statement is to provide the community with the elite law enforcement services out there, with the highest priority being the protection of life and property. We work 24/7. Holidays, there's no time off. Our agency is rapidly growing. We have a detective bureau, we have a traffic unit, we have a full crime scene unit. Northport PD is an accredited agency. Actually, we're double Excelsior accredited, which is we are one of 14, I believe, other agencies in the state of Florida that have reached that double Excelsior accredited. It's a very prestigious accomplishment to have. Most of the people only see the police officers in uniforms out there doing the day-to-day tasks, but they can't do that alone. In the background, what people don't see a lot is the support staff here at Northport Police Department. We go from very high-density areas to very rural areas throughout the city. The challenge that Northport Police Department is facing right now is the rapid growth in the city of Northport and trying to keep up with those levels of service. Law enforcement officers wear many different hats, but at the end of the day, it's they're problem solvers. They're there for you 24/7, and their importance of all of our officers that we stress to is to go home safe at night.
Our
Mayor,
meeting.
Before
Yes,
we
ma'am.
continue, it's my understanding we have folks here for 5G, the plat for the preserve. And I was wondering if we could hear that now so they can be on their way if they choose, or they can stay if they'd like.
Board, do you want, or are you in consensus to move 5G forward?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, no? All right, so we will do that. Another thing I would like to ask is, our ex-commissioner, Ms. Linda Yates, would like to give a public comment concerning the P3, but she can't stay till that time.
Oh,
We
absolutely.
typically do open up. Would you guys mind if we allow her the opportunity to speak now for that? Would you guys have, you'd be fine?
Before we do the 5G.
Before we
yeah.
Before we do the 5G
Okay.
right now? Okay,
Pardon.
Ms. Yates.
Linda Yates, Northport. Thank you, Commission. Appreciate that. I just wanted to touch on that item 5F, on that ordinance for the P3s. I'm not going to get into some of the details and questions. I'm confident that you'll be fine tuning that because the thought came to my mind as we were sitting here in the previous presentation. So it was stated that, you know, the way that the ordinance is written, the P3 is particularly defined and applies to where there's a conveyance of, it's infrastructure, conveyance of facilities and things like that. So as a taxpayer, as a citizen, what I would really like for your consideration is that because we're seeing these new innovative ways of the private sector working with the public sector. So it's our ordinance. It is something that we are just freshly creating. And it's my understanding there's nothing prohibiting us from curtailing that ordinance to address the things that are kind of anomalies right now that, you know, there's no name for them sort of, other than a general public-private partnership that deals more with services or a particular type of thing that doesn't fit into the conveyance of a facility or infrastructure. In what that presentation was about, it was a conveyance of services and a plan and things like that. So I would just encourage and ask you to contemplate tweaking that ordinance, probably have to come back again, but tweaking that ordinance to put in there what the public is seeking, and that is the transparency, the protections, and then again for the private sector, where we have lots of businesses and lots of creative people out there, to be able to be competitive, because that's what it's about, is a free marketplace, competitive marketplace, and that's what we promote in our procurement and just the way that we here work in the city, to be open, fair, and work with everybody. So if we can put in there kind of a tier level, that you've got a P3 and then you have a general public-private partnership, but it has to follow the protocol. It has to follow the procedures so that Mr. Suggs or anybody else similar to him is not coming up blind as to how to present these ideas, so that there would be a process, there would be a formality, and the public would be protected. So just something for your consideration. I thought it was worthy for me to talk about that rather than the details of the actual ordinance itself. So I appreciate that, and thank you for the opportunity to speak now. I do have to leave and get on my way with the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commission, we're going to move forward to 5G, approval of plat, the preserve. Where's my? So we'll get all parties, and I will ask Ms. Susan Hale to please swear in all parties.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief under penalty of perjury, so help you God? Thank you.
Okay, need to disclose any ex parte communications. Commissioner Luke?
I apologize for the interruption, but before we do that, could we have the clerk read the case, please?
Not on my cheat sheet. Ms. Hale, would you mind reading the case, please?
By title only?
It's somewhere here.
Do we have to do a motion?
He's got it.
No, it doesn't say so.
You don't have to do a motion, just, I mean, really, if you even just read the text on the agenda item, it's enough to get it on the record so that it's clear what pertains to what proceeding.
It is the approval of plat, the preserve of Phase 3, PLF-18-209.
I mean, technically, I did say that, before I started the meeting. Yeah. So, any ex parte communication, Ms. Luke?
At agenda briefing with city manager, assistant city manager, Yarborough, and city attorney. It was just a general, yes, this is what it is. This is this item. We went into no further questions or discussion.
Vice Mayor?
I had an agenda briefing with city manager, assistant city manager Branco and Yarborough, and the assistant city attorney, Mr. Golan. I also sent an email to city manager, which I will forward to the city clerk's office today, asking, because it seemed to be a discrepancy between the staff report and the page 3 of the backup materials of the map, which they cleared up and everything is good.
Wonderful. Myself, had the same agenda briefing that everybody else did with the same folks, and we did not discuss this topic, so no for me. Commissioner Pearson?
I had none.
Commissioner Emmerich?
I didn't have any notes, sir.
Okay. So we're going to move on to presentation. Applicant.
Good morning. I am Bobby Claybrook with AM Engineering, and I have been sworn in. Phase 3 of the proposed project consists of a 5.36 acre site that will create 23 single-family residential lots with private roads, stormwater management areas that will all be operated and maintained by the West Villages Improvement District. Phase 3 will be a replat of Phase 1, Tract 703. On-site potable water and sanitary sewer will be turned over to the City of Northport for ownership, operation, and maintenance. The project will have one access to West Villages Parkway and an emergency access to River Road. The property has one existing wetland and there are no proposed wetland impacts. All of the proposed improvements will be funded by the West Villages Improvement District through debt issuance. Phase 1 of this development has been constructed with 110 lots. Phase 2 will be 90 lots, and Phase 3 will add an additional 23 lots. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. I have a question.
I think next, though, I have to give staff their rebuttal, or their presentation, sorry.
Good afternoon, or morning. For the record, Nicole Galehouse, Interim Planning Manager. As the applicant stated, this is a replat of Tract 703 for 23 lots within the Preserve Phase 3. It is consistent with the approved subdivision and infrastructure plans. It has been reviewed and approved by the city surveyor. As mentioned, it's 23 lots. It's the last phase in the preserve for a total of 223 units. Neighborhood 8, which this comprises, was approved for 230 units, so they're coming in 7 units under. At the regular meeting on December 6th, the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board unanimously recommended approval of the Preserve Phase 3 plat, and that is all I have.
Wonderful. I do not have any public comment or aggrieved parties on this matter. No. Okay, so we will, I guess, City Attorney, this immediately moves to rebuttal. Obviously, we have nothing to rebut, do we?
The applicant
Okay.
may. We at least need to get on the record if they forego their
All right.
rebuttal for each party.
Please. Do we have any rebuttal?
We have no rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to no public comment. So we're going to move on to questions. Commissioner Carson.
So, compared to what we were presented some time ago, the only change is the reduction of 7 units, because I have to say that I'm not sure, the concept that I remember, there was more open land, and this seems to be utilizing the very last space of open land. So I can't, it was quite some time ago, so I'm trying to remember, was this always the plan, or this is?
This was originally an open space area.
Yeah.
There was an approval and discussion to provide additional open space areas, including within this tract. There's an area that, a couple of areas that are parks, and my apologies, the total acreage is not coming to me at the moment.
That's all right.
But,
I mean, you're
but we
doing
did,
as good
but we
as
did
anyone
take
else
into
here.
consideration that that was a park open space area, and there was a discussion with the city of Northport on how to sort of rearrange that area and recapture.
Because it's not looking very preserve-ish, I guess is what I'm
Yes.
trying to get.
Understood. And they were, there was a tract 506 within this development, tract 407, and there were a couple of others that, that also preserved some of the existing tree vegetation and made up the preservation area.
But 506 is very, very small.
Hello, I'm Tara Saul, representing West Villages Development. I have been sworn. From the development standpoint, there was an intention of there to be units in this area that was previously tract 700, I believe, that were, or 701 that we're replatting. We like to be able to respond to the market when we do these types of units. So you see that this particular tract is all paired villas. And so that's because that's a response to the market, and that's what our home builder has requested as far as what would go into this. We are 7 units short of what was approved for us to be able to build, and that's because we're trying to do things. If you go out to the site, and Commissioner Luke, I believe you've been out there, it is very, it seems on paper like there's a small amount of trees and all, but it's very well forested and boundaried with the natural Florida vegetation that we have. So that was a priority to us, is to be able to put in what the market wants, but also be able to preserve nature in the sense of we're coming in under what our development requirements are and what we have been approved for, but we also want to give the people who are buying the homes what they want. And so that's why this particular tract is all paired villas. So, and that looks more condensed because they're all, each lot is 2 units. So that's, I think, some of what your eye is seeing is that they share a wall. So there's 23 units, but it's only 12 and a half lots.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. Well, I mean, not all of this is built, though. I mean, you've been approved, but not all of this is built.
It is cleared.
It's cleared.
Mm-hmm.
And the boundary area, I know is very heavily wooded. That's pretty certain it's old Blackburn property. But, I guess that, so essentially you're saying that it was planned to be built from day one, and that the only thing you're asking for is a reduction in 7 units. Is that correct? Because again, my memory serves me, this was supposed to be an open area, and you're saying that it shifted to other areas, but I don't see anything that it's equivalent in acreage to that area. That's what I'm trying to get.
For the record again, Nicole Galehouse, I would have to go back and look at all the other plans to see how it all matched up. I do know that it was found to be consistent with the subdivision infrastructure plans. So those do show that shift. It's not really a reduction in units because those 7 units are technically still
Somewhere else,
available
yeah.
for them, but it's for this area, they're not utilizing all of them.
Okay, but I thought that we just were told that the acreage was swapped, that there was,
I would have to go back and look at how the subdivision and infrastructure plans went through review. I don't have that in front of me right now, unfortunately.
okay, I'll just have one, I only have one more question because that was really my biggie. And that was that it states that you're going to have the units and one, how did they put it? One private single family or something like that. One single family unit? What is that about?
The builder has the ability for there to be an unpaired villa. So there is one unpaired villa, which is why there's 23. And so it is the same footprint as the other homes that will be adjacent. It's just where there would be a firewall, there's now an exterior wall.
Okay. So now, that one unpaired villa, with that being located in that tract, it will forever be an unpaired villa and a resident. It will not be then in the next 2 years turned over as a clubhouse.
No.
Because it's very odd to be the only one out of all these paired villas. And I mean, to me, it sounds like the builder wants to move there and he wants a real house, so therefore this is where I'm going and the rest of you can be in the paired villas.
And that's up to the home builder, but they do have an amenity center that's been, I think some of you attended the grand opening, and that's the only planned amenity center, and that's where they would like all their residents to go to enjoy that amenity. And so this has no intention of changing uses in the future.
And can they have the ability to change uses in the future?
Size-wise,
I don't think
it's
so.
limited. The width is limited, so there's not really the availability to add on. Although that lot is slightly larger in that it wedges out.
Right.
The frontage is still what is the minimal, the frontage along the road is the minimal width, similar to the rest of the lots. So there's really not the room to expand or add the second pairing like with the other villas.
I wasn't talking about adding a double villa. I was saying turning it into a clubhouse at some point, and
There wouldn't be the space there for that. It would require parking and all of those
That's what I'm
other
trying to
additional
get at.
things. and
Okay.
It wouldn't meet the requirement.
it wouldn't, there's no way. Okay, thank you. Wanted it on.
Commissioner Luke?
Yeah. Commissioner Carazone brought up a concern to me, and that is what the use of the property was to be initially. Was it to be, a park? Was it to be a green area? So with that thought in mind, did the residents have a voice in whether they wanted to give up their greenway, their park that, from that community? Did they have a voice in deciding whether it was going to be built out?
My understanding is that this was originally platted as an open tract, that it wasn't designated as a specific tract or a conservation easement or a park itself, that it was an open tract that had unassigned use. And then in the Village A VDPP that was approved in 2015, we were allocated 230 units.
Okay, so maybe that was the problem I didn't understand when you said open track. To me, open is to be natural.
There's open space, which is a separate tracking of, and those are requirements that are in the ULDC and in the village BDPPs as to what our percentage of open space is required per area that we develop. So we've met, by recommendation of staff, we've met those open space requirements. However, an open tract is something different. It's just unassigned use of space.
That's where the issue was my lack of understanding of how it was designated, because I do know they deserve, natural settings and the parks and the open areas as you were talking about. So that is all I need to know. Thank you.
Okay, I have no more questions. So do we have any closing argument?
No, we just thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Staff?
Staff does not have anything else.
Okay, so I guess I'll entertain a motion.
Motion, right on, Mayor? I'll make a motion to approve the plat at the Preserve Phase 3, PLF 18-209 as it was presented.
I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Carusone. Anything to that?
Seconded by Commissioner Luke.
Commissioner Luke.
Plugged up.
I don't know what's going on.
And it's my right, so between the two of us, we can hear it.
So, anything to the motion?
No, absolutely not.
Commissioner?
No, I have been out there. The preserve is beautiful. They are larger lots and stuff. And thank you for educating me on the difference between the terminology. I appreciate it.
Wonderful. Let's take the vote.
Maybe,
We'll see.
yeah.
Here it comes.
Is that, hold on, is that not for, is that for
Double
this
checking right
subject?
now.
It's not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was double checking.
Right? I didn't want us to vote without it.
That was approved unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And can we get that information, by the way, of what it was supposed to be, and
Yeah, we'll send everything.
thank you.
Vice Mayor, you were saying something?
Yeah, the citizen just submitted a card for general public comment. I know our first general public comment session is over, so our next general public comment session is at the very end of this meeting. We still need to take lunch. I don't know if you want to hear it now, if he can stay until the end of the meeting. I'm leaving it up to you, but I'm just presenting it to let you know.
I would say I'll entertain one more public comment, but at this point forward, done, you know?
Him wait until we go to
Break for
lunch
lunch.
and have him be the last thing before we break for
Well, I
lunch.
think what I
too.
might do is, because I'm just going to go ahead and break us for lunch in 5 minutes.
That's what I was thinking,
So let's
yeah.
go ahead and do this now.
Okay, so if we're going to do that, we may want to double check to see if the citizen that wants to talk about two other items
do that.
wants, if he's going to stay or if he wants to talk
Let's
now.
go ahead and do that. Mr. Duval, would you like this? Would you like to do that now, or do you want to wait? How's your schedule look?
I just do whatever's easiest for you.
How's your schedule look? I am here for the duration, so. Do you want to wait?
I'll wait.
All right. Well, that's both of them, all right. Okay,
And
so,
the third one.
yeah, Mr. Doyle? Thank you. Please, right there, please state your name for the record.
My name is Timothy W. Doyle. I'm a United States citizen. I own a house in New Hampshire. I own one here in Northport, Florida. I believe I've talked to the town manager before about some complaints I've had with the town. I just came from a courtroom over in Venice where I saw a prosecutor not prosecute a case. I had someone trespass on my property. All the proper paperwork was filled out with the police department, and they refused to press charges. My property has been stolen by me, by this town, on more than one occasion. You have arrested me illegally. You have put me in prison for a crime I never committed. You have put guns to my head. That's right. And the town manager knows what I'm talking about. He's the guy I talked to last year. The police chief came to my house with some captain with fake evidence. I'm sorry, I'm upset. You'd be upset too if you were me. You probably wish you didn't even take my question. This is a piece of paper that your police chief brought to my house as evidence. Telling me that I'm wrong, call me a liar, telling me to move out of town. Yeah, telling me to move. I don't know how much further you want to go. I don't know how much more I can say without getting in trouble. I would like a closed-door meeting with you on all these topics and how they're going to be resolved. And I'm not backing down. I'll come to every meeting till the day I die. I am retired, and I'm 51 years or 52 years old. I got plenty of time to come here and complain. You put me in a jail cell, refuse my right to see a judge. There was other people in that cell with me. I don't care when this happened. It happened 9, 10 years ago, okay? But since then, you didn't hear anything. There were some bad people involved. The cops got duped a little bit. I'll give them that. Do you follow me? Mm-hmm. But they allowed it to happen. They arrested an innocent man. They took his home and handed it over to vagrants. People who came to the door in the middle of the night and banged on the door and caused a scene. And you took me to jail, the homeowner, not the vagrants. The vagrants were allowed to stay in my home. I was told when I finally got to see a judge, I could not go back to my house that I own, that I pay taxes for. What right do you people and your police department and your damn judges have the right to tell me I can't go to my own house? You follow me? This guy supposedly works for the town. The police told me that. He just got off.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor, you had something.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
I know you guys don't. Look, I'm shaking.
Yeah, sir, thank you.
The police came back to my house and harassed me and threatened to arrest me.
Sir, just 1 second. Thank you.
Sir,
Go ahead,
we
Vice Mayor.
cannot have a closed-door meeting with you. That is against the violation of the rules that we are required to follow. All I can do is suggest that maybe the city manager, with police presence, meet with the citizen, find out what is exactly going on, and please report back to commission.
This is a Victor Boyd's thing that they sent me in the mail. They didn't even follow it. I was not even informed of the court date. It says right in this book.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Is that something you can do?
Yes, I'll ask the officer to get the gentleman's information so that we can meet with him.
City Manager, I don't mind being in that meeting if it would
Listen,
please
I'm
the
gonna
gentleman. No, that's okay, sir. Thank you.
But
If you can give your contact information.
Please
so
give
that
your
we can
contact
set up a
information,
meeting, that'd be great.
and we'll schedule up something to meet with you. Thank you.
Could I
Thank you.
ask one question?
Sir?
How long ago did you say this occurred, the incident occurred?
Okay. I was harassed by the police a couple
yeah.
weeks ago.
No,
Again. They came back to my house and threatened to arrest me.
Okay, I just wondered when the original incident
The original
occurred.
complaint was about 9 years ago.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not, listen, I forgave and forgot until you guys did it again.
Thank you, sir.
I hope you all.
We will schedule something with you. Please make sure you give Jason your information.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They are. They're fine. All right.
thank you.
So now we're going to take a break for 30 minutes. Good?
30 minutes, come back at 12:30?
Let's do 45.
Gotta run to the other side of the city, yeah.
All right, so 45 minutes. So we'll come back at 12:45.
Thank you.
So it's 44 minutes.
So what do you garbage man want for Christmas this year? Man, we're expecting a lot of stuff. Oh yeah, like what?
5 toilet bowls, 4 torn up couches, 3 raccoons, 2 pairs of shoes, and 1 million loose packing peanuts.
Are you serious? That's some good stuff. I know, we get it every year. What else did you get?
12 dirty diapers, 11 rolls of carpet, 10 old TVs, 9 nasty maggots, 8 plastic bags, 7 lottery tickets, 6 mattresses, 5 toilet bowls, 4 torn up couches, 3 raccoons, 2 pairs of shoes, and 1 million loose packing peanuts.
Man, those aren't normal Christmas presents. I know, they're garbage man gifts. Garbage man gifts? It's the stuff we get every week. So what are you gonna do with the scratch-off tickets? Did you win? Nah, they were losers. There goes my boat. What about those packing peanuts? Well, here in Florida, it's our version of snow.
diapers, 11 rolls of carpet, 10 old TVs, 9 nasty maggots, 8 plastic bags, 7 lottery tickets, 6 mattresses, 5 toilet bowls, 4 torn up couches, 3 raccoons, 2 pairs of shoes, and a million loose packing peanuts.
How much did you pay for these gifts? Nothing. That's the best part. It's all free. No way. That's a load of garbage. You're right. It is garbage. You haven't quite figured this out yet. Let me tell you one more time.
12 dirty diapers, 11 rolls of carpet, 10 old TVs, 9 nasty maggots, 8 plastic bags, 7 lottery tickets, 6 mattresses, 5 toilet bowls, 4 torn up couches, 3 raccoons, 2 pairs of shoes, and a million loose packing peanuts.
Merry Christmas and happy holidays, everyone. Thanks for the gifts.
My name is Dominic Caravella. I'm actually the chief mechanic for the city of Northport for fleet. Well, we do every vehicle that the city owns. We do the entire city. So that includes your PD, fire, sanitation, public works, your building department, landscaping, because we do, lawnmowers as small as that all the way on up. Anything the city owns that has a motor on it, we do it here. I oversee the work out here in the shop. I just make sure it's flowing. If somebody has a problem or if they're running into something they're not familiar with, then the two of us would get together and try and figure it out and do the best we can and get it up and going. I started out when I was young, went to a trade school, graduated from there, and started off doing oil changes and things. Well, I was always interested in transmissions, and I became a transmission mechanic for many years. I came down here, I used to vacation down here. My mother-in-law lived here, my in-laws, and when we used to come down on vacation for 2 weeks, I sort of liked the area. I've got 3 kids. My daughter is a high school teacher at the high school here in Northport. My son's an officer for Northport. My wife works for Northport, and I work for Northport. And my youngest daughter is in nursing program. She's doing nursing. I got 2 pieces of fire equipment in here. Now, if we don't repair them or this or that, the fire department's without that equipment, so they can't service the general public. We have to get that thing running, get it fixed best we can, get it back to them, and then they put it in service for the public. It's incredibly important. I mean, all right, we'll take, for instance, that rescue, all right? We're gonna fix that rescue, we're gonna do what we can, right? You call, that rescue comes to your house, boom, somebody's having a heart attack. They throw them in that rescue, they take it. It better make it from point A to point B. So I have to make sure that everything is running as best as it possibly can. That's the matter of life and death. Same thing with an officer of the law. If that guy is running, he has to be able to hop in that car. He relies on that thing to start, drive, and perform like he wants it to. My job to keep it working that way so he can do his job. I can't speak for everybody in here. For me, it's the reward of knowing that that vehicle is repaired, it's back out there in the field, it's doing its job, that man's doing his job, so I feel like I did my job. It's just a gratification of doing the repair. I love my job. I mean, I wouldn't really, I can't see myself doing anything else. We have a hydraulic leak, so I got to change a hydraulic line from the tank all the way up to the main control. So we got to take it off. I got to get a pan. Steve, can you grab one of them pans from over there, please? One of them drain pans? Thank you. We'll be making a hydraulic hose on our hydraulic machine. Let me get the operator to get his lunch bucket out of there. I need you to get your lunch bucket. I got to lift the cab. I got to get in the back, if you can. We got his one of his main feed hydraulic hoses.
What happened to it?
It blew out. It actually had a hole in it and it was leaking. We're going to make one right now. I'll show you how we do that. Where it goes through the clamps, a lot of times it'll rub, and it rubbed through, so we get leak from it. So we're just going to replace the whole thing, and we make them here. We have all the dies, so I just got to get the fittings from the parts department, and we're just going to make it. So we generate work orders, and then they issue all the parts for the vehicle to be repaired, and it basically goes on this work order. I'm going to need some hydraulic fittings. I'm making a hydraulic hose.
Okay, how many you need?
2.
You want to get those first, and then or you want me to go look first?
Yeah, let's see if that is the size. I believe it's 16 by 16, but I could be wrong. A part of this job is taking care of, roadside assistance, whether it be a hydraulic line, flat tire, dead battery, anything along those lines. Or sometimes the vehicles, the guys will get in them at the end to come in, and they don't want to start. So the heavy equipment operator now is calling, hey, my vehicle don't start. So we have to send a guy out, either throw a battery in or check out why it's not, why it won't run. It's not only a physical thing, it's a thinking thing. You got to be able to think these things through. Especially if you're on a call out and you're out in the field. Now there's, yeah, they can touch base, you can call in and get assistance, but a lot of times you got to be able to, you got to think on your feet, as they would say. That's the first step. Here comes my parts guy with my fittings. Thank you, Mike. You put the fitting on the end. 3.1. It could take some time. It depends on, like right here we're dealing with 1-inch line, but if you were to deal with bigger size line, it could take some time. Usually it takes about 20 minutes, a half hour, give or take. That's removing the part, making the line, and possibly putting it back on. And that's what it looks like. That's finished product. A lot of times I like to add sleeve. What this is, if that line should ever blow out and get a hydraulic leak, this restricts it. So instead of spraying, it's just going to ooze out of this outer liner. Okay. So it's a protective casing for the operator and whoever is nearby when it actually springs a leak. I said, if you're not a good climber, it's hard to get in some of these spots. We're testing the hose that I made, the hydraulic hose, making sure it isn't leaking, and all the functions on the truck work properly. When you get a chance and you build up air pressure, can you move it ahead some? When you run the can, because over there we got a... Okay, you're clear? Have a good day. That's how you do a hydraulic line.
mission statement is to provide exceptional public safety services in a safe, compassionate, and professional manner. All of our line personnel are highly trained, state of Florida certified firefighter, EMTs, and paramedics. We cover approximately 105 square miles of the city of Northport and 20 miles of interstate. Camaraderie is important because you start working as a group, you do it in training, and it all seems to come together when you get out on the fire ground, and you really need your partners. Everybody knows never to leave your partner, and they don't. They've been trained in it. We have 5 fire stations located throughout the city in various locations, and we are planning number 6 in West Villages area. We also have all of our fire stations are considered safe places and safe havens. Safe places are for youth who are at risk and are in need of help, and they can come walk into any fire station and get the help that they're looking for. Safe havens for newborns is a different program, different age group, where infants can be brought to a fire station without question. All of our fire stations now are hardened facilities so that we can stay in them during storms and everyone stays safe. So police departments is in there, utilities, public works, whoever we need to go out immediately after the storm, then they're there with us to go. A lot of questions that people ask are why we send an ambulance and a fire truck to an EMS call, and a lot of that is for manpower. There's a lot of things to do when somebody is having a cardiac incident. So we send the fire truck with them for the extra manpower and lifting assistance and extra help. The whole goal for fire rescue is everybody goes home safe.
Frank Lama, Solid Waste Manager for the City of Northport, back here again today with Let's Recycle Right Northport. Got a few items for you today. Last week we did notice in the tan lid container shredded paper put in a plastic bag. Please, shredded paper does not belong in a plastic bag, okay? It belongs right here in a paper bag, please, and it belongs in a tan lid container. This right here, being in plastic, will be considered contamination and garbage. Let's talk about a candle, a glass candle. Yes, it is made of glass, but it is not recyclable right here in Northport. That's right, only glass jars and glass bottles are recyclable in the blue lid container. Let's also talk about the milk jug, water jug. Number 2, definitely recyclable, right? Here's the cap. If the cap is not attached, it will be garbage. So if you crush it down, put the cap on real nice and tight, this will make it through the process. This will be a number 2. Okay, so let's talk about the plastic ring. That's right, the plastic ring. This is a 12 holder. They have six holders out there. Please, this is not a recyclable material and needs to be placed inside your trash. So listen, put your comments below. We'll see you in a future video.
We support all technology at the City of Northport for all departments. We support a lot of the back-end infrastructure such as networking and servers, and computers and phone systems and mobile devices, a lot of the hardware. We also support software, so we support software applications, websites. We're a very digital-centric city. We leverage technology to be more efficient and effective in the way that we deliver our services. We provide technical support to all employees at the city. We're located on the 3rd floor of City Hall. We support all the facilities, all the departments. We travel quite a bit around the city, fixing things, implementing things, showing people how to use the technology that we've implemented. Data is very important to us in the city, so we want to ensure that the data that we have is quality data, and we can use that data to move our city in the right direction, make good decisions. Another thing that's really important to us is transparency. So we've made several efforts to make our information available to the public. For example, we stream all of our commission meetings so that citizens from anywhere in the world can look at our commission meetings. We have a financial transparency site. People can look up expenditures and revenues and salaries of employees. So we're very transparent. As you can imagine, much of the work that we do is related to houses and properties and that sort of thing. So we use a GIS system to keep track of all of this information and to assemble it in a way that's relevant to the people who are working on it. So, for example, people in the field that are using mobile devices, and they look at GIS maps to help them, find where they need to work and what they need to do. Our utilities department uses this technology so that they can find out where the pipes are in the ground, so they can trace a problem or put in new pipes. So it's a very helpful system.
Makes me feel important that I'm doing something for the community. I like helping people, and I love the work. We got 2.8 inches of rain last night. How I approach it is I got to release some of that water out that we got and get prepared for the next day, because it's going to rain again. Like, I've been draining these for the last 2 weeks, between 16 and 20 inches every day below the wall. And that one little rain, look what it did. For being here so long, you get experience, you get the feel of the water, how the water flows and all that. So if you've done it long enough, you get the feel. I could do this in my sleep, but I'm so used to doing it. Yeah, I've been working for the city for 20 years. I'm from North Hills, Pennsylvania. I came down here to help my dad out when I graduated from high school. I started looking for like a future place I can work, retirement, and something's gonna be helpful for me in the long run and help people out. So I put in an application for the city and they hired me, which was good. Best thing that could ever happen. The city's got 30 water control structures, 5 gated structures. I'm opening at least minimum 15 today. I got 3 kids, 2 boys and a daughter. And my oldest son gave me my first grandkid. He'll be 3. So I spent a lot of time with them, because family's first. Oh, I'm a real sports fanatic, big hockey fan. Yeah, I was hoping my Penguins would win it this year, but I can't complain. They won the last 2 years. You can't win it all the time. Yesterday was 16 inches below. It's 10 inches above today. So what I'm doing here now is, when I open this one up, see how high it is? I'm draining it down. By the end of the day, it should be like 16 inches below the wall. And there's an R ditch here, and there's like outfalls that come in. Once you get to a certain level, you'll see the water coming into the canals. And then when I get done, I gotta log it on the computer. What I do is I write the time I was here, when I inspected it, what I did, the water level, and the height. This was like 20.4 this morning, and it's almost up to 21. Plus, the water that I'm bringing down raised it a little bit, but you see how it's pushing the water over fast? Each one controls a gate. If you put it on auto, it works on the computer. And then manual, this is for gate 2. If I wanted to close it, I hit the blue button, I hold it in until the gates can completely close. If I want to open it, I do vice versa, the other opposite. And there's one for each one. Oh, I love my job. I get to work with good people. And we can enjoy what we're doing when we're at work. That's how I was brought up by my dad. He was real caring about his work, and so was I. So like I do take it home. I look at the weather and everything, so I look at the bridge rating and all that. And that should be it. I'll just come back and clean them off.
Building Division is responsible for making sure that all the codes that the state has adopted in construction is adhered to. And basically what we do is we go and do our plan reviews when a customer brings a set of plans in that they want to construct a commercial project or a residential project. We'll review the plans to make sure that they comply with all amenable codes that the state has adopted. After we issue the permit, then we'll go out and do all the inspections to make sure that they're constructed according to the plans. We're responsible for the safe construction of all these buildings, and we look at all aspects of the construction, from footings, foundations, block walls, to roof construction, plumbing, mechanical, electrical, in both commercial and residential. So when we have a commercial project that comes in, we're looking at all aspects of that to make sure that it is a safe environment and it has to be designed to withstand the 160-mile-an-hour wind criteria that the state has mandated that we look at. Our job is life safety, is to making sure that the building is constructed in a safe manner that it will stand the hurricane's design wind loads that we have down here. And that's what our job is to make sure people are safe in their buildings, that they can walk into their building knowing that Northport has done the best possible job we can to make sure that their building is constructed in a manner that they feel safe in, they can go home in.
The Planning and Zoning Division is responsible for all development management of the City of Northport, large-scale commercial developments, residential developments. The City of Northport's Planning and Zoning Division is divided into two separate sections. One is the Strategic Planning Group, and the other is the Tactical Planning Group. The Strategic Planning Group is responsible for development management through the preparing and updating of our comprehensive plan, its amendments, all the annexations, and reviewing development of regional impacts and zoning applications. The Strategic Planning Group is also responsible for updating our demographics, population projections, and land use data through GIS, and also maintain our land use and zoning maps. The tactical side of the office is responsible for maintaining the Unified Land Development Code, ensuring all development proposals that are submitted to the city are consistent and in compliance with ULDC, all of our master plans, our pattern books, zoning requirements, and the city's comprehensive plan. Tactical operations also helps coordinate all development proposals through the city departments, the division, and external agencies through our staff development review process, managing development's appearance, their architecture, traffic impacts, fiscal impacts, compliance to signage, landscape, and other development management requirements. We work closely with utilities, buildings, and public works. We also manage the environmental compliance issues on site development.
The Property Standards Division is what's otherwise known as code enforcement in other municipalities. We are located on the first floor of City Hall. Our job is to assure the health, safety, and welfare of our residents and insist in maintaining the community standards. We enforce the Unified Land Development Code, the Northport City Code, and the Florida Building Code. Northport City Code would be like grass and weeds. That's one of our major violations, especially in the summer. Unified Land Development Code would be like the number of vehicles on a property. Florida Building Code would be someone building something like a shed or something like that on the property without a permit. The purpose of code enforcement is to make sure that everything's safe in the communities, to make sure that everything's being built properly with the proper permits, to make sure that basically everything looks nice. If someone has an issue with a neighbor or a house that they drive by, they do have the option to contact Property Standards through phone, fax, or a North Report.
What's it like?
Undescribable. The only word I was using is Armageddon. Sheer loss, destruction, not just wood frame homes. These are concrete structures that are destroyed. Just the compassion that I am thankful that as a crew in Northport we could give them. I mean, if we weren't putting out fires or if we weren't finding people to save, it was simply giving them a hug, helping them get some of the furniture out of their house, assisting them with a ladder to the second story because maybe the stairs were wiped out, climbing up in there and getting that little piece of home that they wanted back so badly and able to give it to them, and then just listen to their story and hear about their loss. Personal safety for my family. I will not ride out a storm again. I will not take that chance. If I see it coming up the Gulf towards our city, my family's going to get out. Getting home is unbelievable. So thankful to be home, that my family is safe, to be back here, where the simple creature comforts are back at home, to have those things back and normal meals. Unbelievable what we saw there, the loss that we saw there and destruction there.
With a median age of 43, the city of Northport is known for its youthful mindset. They say that age is just a number in Northport, and that is evident inside this city's vibrant parks and recreational facilities. With more than 70,000 residents, this community boasts a variety of events, programs, and activities designed to engage, enlighten, and entertain all age groups. Many of these programs are brought to you by the city's Parks and Recreation Department. The Parks and Recreation Department offers 26 parks and facilities spread throughout more than 450 acres. This includes 10 neighborhood parks, 7 community parks, 8 special use parks, and 2 sports facilities. This vibrant park system features a dog park, an interpretive garden with a boundless playground, nature areas, 12 playgrounds, pavilion rentals, basketball courts, tennis courts, outdoor pickleball courts, canoe and kayak launches, and so much more. Parks and Recreation also oversees the operations of 2 full-service community centers, the George Mullen Activity Center and the Morgan Family Community Center, and provide facility rentals, fitness center program, an Adopt a Park program, tree bench and paver dedication program, opportunities for donations and sponsorships, and youth scholarships. Formed in October 2018, the Parks and Recreation Department, which was formerly a division, consists of 30 employees with a variety of functions, from planning programs and events to maintaining park grounds and aesthetics to conducting outreach efforts to attract more visitors. In 2019, the department will open a new Northport Aquatic Center and expand its operations with a huge splash of new programs and activities. Events and programs are the cornerstone of the Parks and Recreation Department services. The city offers a growing number of recreational programs, from group exercise to sports and summer camp. Many Parks and Recreation staff teach sessions, and the department also contracts with outside vendors to offer even more instructional classes to meet the needs of the community. Parks and Recreation's events are a family tradition for Northport households, including the city's signature Poinsettia Parade and Festival, the Freedom Festival, Eggnormous Egg Hunt, Flashlight Egg Hunt, and Trick or Treat at City Hall. To encourage time spent together, the department also offers a Grandparents' Day ice cream social, a Sweetheart Ball, and a Mother and Son Night. Cultural events are also an important part of the city's calendar and include concerts in the park and an annual Arts on the Green. For a full listing of Parks and Recreation's activities, visit the department's full calendar at cityofnorthport.com/parks and recreation. Inside the city's 2 community centers are fitness centers. In fact, the department has more than 1,400 active fitness members, including 700 DeFi memberships for local teens who pledge to remain drug-free. All the City of Northport's employees receive a complimentary annual fitness membership at no cost, and enrollment is available through employee orientation. Fitness members receive access to 2 fitness centers with a variety of cardio equipment, free weights, plate-loaded equipment, and daily use locker rooms. Members also receive a discount on pavilion and room rentals and a free fitness center orientation. As it relates to ecotourism, outdoor enthusiasts can find sanctum inside this 104.3 square mile community. Visitors enjoy canoeing and kayaking, cycling, hiking, bird watching, and other outdoor activities in Northport. In fact, Northport is the only municipality in the state of Florida with a full state forest within its boundaries, the 8,000-acre Myakka State Forest. The city is also home to War Mineral Springs Park and a rich archaeological history. Parks and Recreation works with an outside management company to provide the daily operations at War Mineral Springs Park. This natural Florida spring maintains 85 to 87 degrees year-round and reportedly contains 51 different minerals, which makes it one of the highest mineral content springs in North America. Visitors come from all over the world to soak in the mineral-dense waters. But the real story of War Mineral Springs Park is what lies beneath the water's surface. Evidence of prehistoric hunters and the remains of a saber-toothed tiger, a mammoth, and artifacts that date back more than 10,000 years have been pulled from the estimated 230-foot depths of the springs. It seems as though people and animals have been visiting War Mineral Springs for centuries. We hope you will too. The Parks and Recreation Department also is home to a robust capital improvement program. Currently, this includes the addition of a 1-mile trail along the Myakkahatchee Creek Greenway, a Boundless Adventures playground, development of a disc golf course, a playground replacement and parking lot expansion at Blue Ridge Park, construction of the Northport Aquatic Center, and development of a War Mineral Springs Park master plan. In 2019, additional projects include design services of a new community center at Atwater Park, adding playground equipment next to the new aquatic center at Butler Park, and adding additional park enhancements, including picnic tables and benches at various parks and a shade cover at the Atwater Splash Pad. Northport prides itself on providing plenty of opportunities for play. Deemed a Playful City USA for 8 consecutive years, Northport is home to a robust Parks and Recreation system. We are thrilled to have you as part of the City of Northport's overall team and hope you will enjoy playing and working with us.
comes Joe.
Yeah, I just want to hold off.
Mayor,
Rhodey's
she's
running
going to be late.
That should be right on time.
Is that, that's
My
a
response-
That'd
change.
be right on time for her.
My response was that today ends in Y.
Why? Go ahead.
I appreciate the professionalism and timeliness that you do.
Well, I mean, we are 3 minutes late, so I've been lying for 3 minutes already. We want to go ahead and resume our meeting. Where are we, 5A?
We are at 5A. I'll make a motion.
Yep, a motion to read ordinance by title only. A motion by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke, to read ordinance by title only. Please vote.
1 second.
We're too quick for you.
You are. Okay.
And that was approved 4-0 with Commissioner Carasone on her way back from our break. Okay, Ms. Katie.
Thank you.
Huh?
No rat?
No, on her way back from our break.
Oh, break. I thought you said back because of a wreck.
Oh, no, break.
All right.
Ordinance 2018-36, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida, Chapter 4, Boards and Committees to address residency and membership requirements, public comment and meetings, terms, voting, making relating findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date. Thank you.
Fantastic job. Okay, we're going to, let's go ahead and get started. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This is actually one is the city attorney's that was directed back several months ago about making some changes to the advisory boards. And those changes have been made, but I'll let her explain it.
All right. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In July of 2018, the City Commission held, I believe, a special meeting, and one of the topics was advisory boards, and the Commission directed that several changes come back. So today you have this item before you. Directly after this one, you will also hear another ordinance that came out of that same special meeting. These are the changes to the city code. So there are some changes to the general provisions that apply to all boards and committees within the city, and then a few changes to some of your specific boards as directed.
Okay. Commissioner Luke.
My question isn't really to staff, it's to us as a board. Sometimes we get working up here on the dais and this good idea comes to us and we immediately say, hey, I like that. And then we finish it, and I'm so thankful ordinances come back in 2 sessions because we get that time to look it over, check it, listen to the citizens for their input and respond accordingly. So with that being said, I see a difference in the various boards that we have. We have a lot of boards, and they are for advisory, but we have 2 boards in particular, the Planning and Zoning and the Zoning Advisory Board, that deal with quasi-judicial. They bring these things forward to us, and to me, they need to have the voice of a person who is within the city. I have an understanding of the other boards. Somebody has property here, but it's different if you have property here or you actually live here. Those 2 boards are pretty much like us. And we wouldn't want somebody who just owned property up here making these types of recommendations to us about plotting and platting and all these other things that they view before it comes to us. So though this one that we're looking at right now is for those, and I don't mean this in any harmful way, but lesser boards maybe. They don't have the quasi-judicial, they just have the advisory, versus these boards who make decisions, truly make decisions coming to us. So my question to the board would be, should we consider this? Should we look at the difference between these two types of boards.
Commissioner McDowell.
I appreciate Commissioner Luke's insight on that. I think that she brings up a very valid point, in my opinion, that I didn't even think of, so thank you.
I didn't either until afterward.
The Planning and Zoning Advisory Board and the Zoning Board of Appeals, I believe, is a separate ordinance for 37.
It is.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so maybe we can address your concern when we're talking about 37. And it is a very valid concern. And I appreciate that because it's an insight that, like I said, I didn't think of. So thank you. I do have a question that is a policy decision that we have to decide as a board together. If you look at ordinance number 36, go into line 69 and 161. When I read that, it says at the end, provided that the person has owned real property in the city of Northport. To me, that leaves it wide open to anybody,
Past,
present,
Past or present.
that has owned property. So let's say I am now a renter, but I owned property 10 years ago. I'm sorry, I'm not a resident of Northport, but I owned property 10 years ago. I would be allowed to be on this board. I would like to see it changed to currently and 1 year prior owning property.
Currently owns real property.
With a 1 year stipulation, because you could also just purchase the property.
Right, with at least 1 year, which is on
Yeah.
there, yeah.
Right. It goes in to explain that, but
Correct.
I agree, it bothered me to not have the word current there.
Yeah, has owned real property. I think it's just a little nuance on a word. I think our intention is that you must currently own it. I think that's what was conveyed. It's just a very small thing. And hopefully the rest of the board agrees that we need to change it to currently with the
Well, it's
1 year.
one word. I think that is a specific meaning difference. Would that be city attorney, or is legally, does this fit that? I mean, I think to put currently, that's a completely different phrase than has.
I think what the commission had directed, my understanding was it was someone who owns property
Current.
for at least 1 year. And I intended to write it that way. The fact that you guys read it differently shows that the language I chose is a bit ambiguous. So it probably needs some clarification if that is still your policy direction.
Yeah, I think the intent was to make sure that they're currently owning that property. Even
And
if they
that
don't
they
live
have
here,
owned it.
maybe,
That for a
right,
year.
or,
Right.
snowbird type reasons, it was my thought behind it. So I think that's, so can I get a consensus to maybe make sure that, or do
I
you
think
want-
because
can we
this
do
is
that?
first reading, maybe we need it in the motion, city attorney.
Or consensus to bring this back
You
during
can
the second
do it
reading?
either way. You can do consensus as you go, and then at the motion, bring it back with the changes indicated as
Okay.
I think
consensuses.
it'd be quicker to do that.
Sounds
Or
good.
you can include the motion. It's really up to you.
And we have a public comment, so don't forget
Yeah,
about that.
before we move on. Okay, so can I get a consensus to change the phrasing there to have the intent that it is currently owned and at least for 1 year? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a solid consensus to change that.
Thank you. And that's all I have on that. And just for the record, it is in two different places, on line 69 and on line 161. So,
Anybody else? If I have no one else, I'll entertain a motion.
public comment, sir.
Oh, I do have a public comment. Yes, we do. Mr. Duval, public comment, sir.
David Duval, citizen of Northport. I too have concerns with this. You all know that I've been coming to these meetings off and on for a few years now, and I followed some things. One of the things I followed, because I got to know some people here, I got to know a couple of members of the Charter Review Board. And I saw one of those members quit. I respected that man. I felt bad to see him go. And it was because he felt that the commission at the time had kind of usurped the powers of Review Board. And I think that this idea of someone from outside the city, someone not a citizen, whether they own land here or not, having a vote on something that pertains to the city, and the city governance, totally goes against the idea that I've heard here for a number of years, home rule. When I think of home rule, first I think of my home. I should be allowed to rule my home without a lot of interference from government, be it city, county, state, national, whatever. And if we give up this right, I just want you to think about this analogy. Suppose I buy a piece of property in Northport and I get myself elected to one of these boards. And then I make suggestions to this board to, gee, maybe anyone that owns apartments in Northport pay a special tax that'll go to cleaning up the waters or the streets or whatever. And then I go into Venice and I build apartments that don't have that requirement. Can you see how one could affect the other? Okay? In Okinawa, in 1968-69, Ryukyuan Island chain, there used to be a beer brewed. And their advertisement was brewed by Ryukyuans for Ryukyuans. Northport should be by Northportians for North. I don't know if I'm using Northport. People who are citizens of Northport. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I got 21 seconds. On a break topic here. Consider getting electronic wands for the police department here, making a couple procedure changes like putting a gate in at either side and having only one entrance here. This is something should be done now before we have any kind of an incident.
Thank you, Mr. Duval, and I will assure you that we are looking directly into those things as you speak. So, Ms. Mayor, do you have another one?
I'm not sure if he wants to talk about this
It looks
board
like he's
or
heading
if
up this way. So
it's this one? Okay.
Okay. So, Mr. Willis.
You need to determine if we're Northporters or Northportians.
Northportians. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Justin Willis, Mongite Road. I have no issue with allowing snowbirds to be on the boards. I think that it's a great opportunity for them. But that makes me question what happens when they go home. Are our boards supposed to just continue working without them? What happens if 4 of them are snowbirds and 3 of them are true locals? Now we're fighting another issue there. We're not going to have a quorum, we're not going to be able to hold our meetings, and we're not going to be able to get stuff done. With that being said, snowbirds that truly want to be involved with Northport have a Northport driver's license. They're part of us. They're actively involved. They're doing whatever it takes to be a part of these kind of meetings because it's important to them. If we're doing this strictly for snowbirds, I understand we're doing it more for people who do live somewhat locally and own property here. That's great, but this is Northport. This is our city. This is our preference, what we want to see happen. So I think we really have to be careful with what we're doing here, because at the same time where we're opening up more opportunity for more voices, we're also limiting our own voices. And I know that some of these boards, we have a hard time getting people on them. Maybe we just need to show people why it is important to be a part of it. Maybe we need to take time to spend time at the Morgan Center and truly explain what this board does, what its purpose is, why we're looking for people to join it, and get more Northport residents onto the boards. My biggest fear is seeing you fill the Charter Review Board with 4 people that are from out of state that do own property here. We're not going to get anything done. If we allow them onto PZAB, now you've really got an issue, because now you're going to have at least 4 or 5 meetings where you only have 5 members showing up. And if I'm not mistaken, there's still short members now currently. So if we're sitting on with people from out of the area, it's going to cause an issue. Maybe we should talk to some of the other board members and ask them to fill in on PZAB and maybe transition to another board. We've had residents, Jody Frazier sat on the utility board forever and a day, but What if we had said to Jody, hey, look, we have a shortfall over here on this board. Would you be willing to make the shift over? I'm sure because of her interest in this community and what was happening, she would have had no issue with that. So I just think that we're really kind of opening it up to having more problems than what we're adding more problems to where we're already having problems. And it's not necessarily going to solve the problem. We need to get the residents to realize why it is important to be a voice on these boards. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. And I believe one of the reasons we did this was to try to help in making sure that the boards kind of stayed fuller. And I understand your concern. That's kind of why we also said only one chair would sit outside. So if it is a snowbird, it shouldn't interfere with the board if you have if you have more than that. And I believe that was part of the reason we were trying to do this, was to try to fill that board up, give more opportunity for it. But I had a thought, and I'm going to be made fun of into the public for this. But we're really good in our city about education, about video, about using new market tactics to really educate the people. And while you were speaking, I was thinking of Schoolhouse Rock. Remember that? Conjunction, junction, what's your function? Right? Hooking up cars and yeah. I'm just a Bill.
I prefer I'm just a Bill.
Okay. But I think those, I'm not saying that we do a Schoolhouse Rock, but I think utilizing kind of that concept, maybe, moving forward, maybe with our boards, maybe an advisory board or one of our other boards, maybe in the future. Nothing you got to do now, but moving forward, maybe creating some real creative educational videos about what each one of these boards represent.
I think we have brought that up previously, and we're putting it out on the
city managers having that our PIO constantly reminding folks that we're looking for advisory board members on Facebook and other social media platforms,
and specializing
as to what that board does. And explains what that board does.
Something like that.
And we were talking about maybe even taking a video of the actual committee or the board and then putting that out too, so they had an idea of how it was structured and what went on. So yeah, that had been a conversation.
Okay, good. So I'm assuming that we are moving forward doing those things. So we're good. Just remember Schoolhouse Rock, Conjunction Junction.
I do not know that.
You don't?
You don't know anything about that?
You don't know Schoolhouse Rock, girl? Where have you been?
I don't even know how you made it to this commission with that. No, I'm just kidding.
Andre Buccelli, Josh Groban.
Oh my God.
I know these guys.
It'll tell you everything.
All right. Commissioner McDowell.
I will be planning to talk about advisory boards during commission comments based on an email I received from one of our advisory board members. So I just want to kind of share that with the commission, and we'll have a discussion about that during commission comments. So I just wanted to give you a heads up. So if you're ready, I'll make a motion. If not, we'll continue the discussion.
Let Commissioner Luke, she has her light on.
Thank you. And the reason that I put it on was to follow up from Mr. Willis's comments, because I have the same issue with snowbirds, because I do know, and I believe in some of our code, it says how many snowbirds can, be on the advisory board and that, because I do know that there are snowbirds who calculate how long they're gone by how many meetings they can miss before they're, terminated, discharged. So it does concern me, because then you go through this span of time where they're gone for 3 months straight and you don't have that flow going to the board. So I'm wondering, because we do have, I believe and city attorney can speak to this if she wants to, I believe in the criteria, the makeup of the boards, we have X amount of snowbirds that can sit on at least some of we don't.
No, ma'am, there's no reference in the code to snowbirds. There's just the residency requirement. But I think what you're referring to is that there is also an attendance requirement for board members. If they miss so many meetings, then they can lose their seat on the board.
We do have snowbirds because, like on PZAB, they have to make sure enough people for a quorum are going to be there, and they might be, up at their northern home or whatever. And I have actually heard some of these members say, well, I can only miss, I can only be gone X amount of time and stuff. So I was thinking about this property owner, this non-resident property owner, make it an either or, snowbird or property owner, non-resident property owner, making them under kind of one category and limiting them per committee.
Well, I do have, because some snowbirds come and rent too, they're not property owners per se. They'll rent for the season even. And I don't know that I think that is feasible to have a snowbird if they rent here. They would have to own property, would be my assumption concerning these. Yeah, they would have to be a residential
They would
style,
have to,
yeah.
because some of them had to be a resident or owner for 6 months, some for a year, depending upon which committee we were looking at. But I thought there was, in some of those advisory boards, some wording about snowbird, reference to it.
No, ma'am, there's no reference to the term snowbird. And to my knowledge, there's no reference to anything about, how many months or how much time out of the year someone has to live there or be present, anything like that.
Okay.
Can I weigh in real quick? I want to remind folks that we put alternates on these boards to solve that problem with snowbirds or lack of a quorum. That's what the purpose of us adding these alternates to the boards. So I don't know if there's an attendance issue, none that's been brought to our attention. So maybe the conversation is moot. I don't know. Until we're informed that there's an attendance issue.
Well, there was. That's why we put the alternates back on.
But I haven't heard of any other.
But did we give power to the alternate to vote?
Of course.
I'm going to have to go to the attorney.
If they're in the audience as a alternate and there's no absence, then they cannot vote. But if there's an absence, they move up and they come in and then they can vote.
They're directly the alternate of.
Correct. That's my understanding on how it is.
I think we need clarification on that.
I'll have to look it up, Mayor. I don't recall the alternate situation offhand.
It'd be something that we look at when it comes back for second reading also.
So, Commissioner Carasone.
Yes, I have one question on this particular agenda item, and that was on line 69.
I think we covered it.
We did talk about that.
The own and has owned?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, that was it. That was
Being
my.
addressed.
Wonderful.
So, Vice Mayor, you
Thank
have
you.
your motion light on?
Hang on, I think we've got another.
Public comment.
Is that for right now?
It's up to the mayor.
30 seconds. Set the timer.
Is that what he said?
Because you know better.
Right. You have to realize, with the previous commission, before the majority of the guys took over, our board members were abused hard and heavy by our commission. If you sat on a board, you weren't listened to, you weren't appreciated. Your input was minimal and muted often. Maybe it's time for us to let the public know that we're willing to allow them to be a bigger part of what they're doing, and that abuse is gone, and that'll fill some of these holes again, because I really think that that could be what's holding us back.
I do think culture is a big deal.
Look at you.
Couldn't even make 30, my friend. Couldn't even make 30. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I'm looking for a calendar real quick. Why is this not coming up? I am pressing. I make a motion that we move ordinance number 2018-36 to second reading to be held on January 22nd with the change on line 69 and 161 regarding currently owned real property. And that's it.
Do I have a second?
Well, we got we were on the same page.
City Attorney.
I'll second that. Or has it been
I saw your
seconded?
light. No, good. Okay, I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Carusone. Anything to that motion, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I don't know if we want to give clear direction for city attorney to look into the alternate / time requirements sometime for the second reading. I'll leave that as if somebody wants to make an amendment.
Well, I think she's looking that up. You will be doing that because you said.
I have the answer for
Oh,
you,
okay, go ahead, please.
Mayor, and whichever commissioners, one of the commissioners said this, and she was right, that the alternate just takes the place of the member. So there are no limitations on the alternate's voting rights when the person is sitting in place of the absent member.
Perfect. Okay. To the second?
Nothing.
Nope. Let's take the vote. That passes unanimously. Moving on. Item B, ordinance number 2018-37. Can I get a motion to read by title only?
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Carusone, seconded by Vice Mayor McDowell. Let's take a vote. That passes unanimously. City Clerk.
Ordinance number 2018-37, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the City of Northport Unified Land Development Code, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Article 3, Boards and Duties, Section 1-28, Zoning Board of Appeals, and Section 1-29, Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, addressing the qualifications of members, removal of vacancies, and compensation, making related findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to turn this one over to the city attorney as well, because this is part 2 of the previous one.
This tells me City Manager, that's all I know.
Thank you, Mayor. This just does stem from the same special meeting. This ordinance relays proposed changes in the Unified Land Development Code regarding the Planning Zoning Advisory Board and the Zoning Board of Appeals. Just to be clear on the record, we often include the Zoning Board of Appeals in our list of quote-unquote advisory boards, but they are not advisory in nature. It is a board that makes independent decisions that are appealable into the court system. So they're not advisory, even though we kind of include them on the list. They're unique. These two boards are governed by the city code. The provisions that you just adopted do apply to these boards, except where their own legislation conflicts and then that specific legislation controls. So what you see here are several changes, including where it might appear at first blush that several requirements are omitted. They're not omitted completely, they're just omitted from this legislation because they're already captured over on the city code side. So there was either a conflict there or it was in conflict with what you directed at your special meeting. So for example, you'll see that the residency requirement has been removed because your direction was that all boards have the same residency requirement, and that's captured over in the city code.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner McDowell, Vice Mayor.
So keeping with the theme of what Commissioner Luke had mentioned about the planning and zoning and the ZBA, keeping the residency requirement, because this is a more unique type of a board setting. City Attorney, would we still have to keep letter E, because that's dealing with compensation? I know you had requested to remove E, even though that wasn't direction, just to make sure that it's consistent. So if we just say the only change would be to do E, but keep everything else with a residency requirement?
I think I might be confused, Vice Mayor. Section E, and I'm so sorry you don't have line numbers on this one. The compensation doesn't have anything to do with the residency requirement, so
I understand.
I don't understand the question.
You struck it.
Yes, ma'am.
So if we keep the residency requirement as it currently is on the ordinance, forgetting about what we just did this past first reading, we would still want to keep E struck.
Yes, ma'am, and there are other changes in the ordinances as well. And in my opinion, Section E related to compensation really doesn't have anything to do with any of the changes directed by the commission. When I was and I think this might be the only one that's identified in the staff report, which it was sent to you by Neighborhood Development Services, but it quotes something that I wrote. We just wanted to make sure that all the boards are subject to the compensation provision in the city code, and it disallows compensation. The charter disallows compensation. So just to the extent that this could be construed to mean something different, I suggest that it be struck, and that is independent of any of the other changes in the ordinance.
Okay. So
if you disliked all the other changes, I would still suggest that you strike
That's what I was getting at. Thank you for making it simple. So, thank you.
Commissioner Luke.
My question would be to City Attorney, because I truly believe we need to leave intact that these two boards, the person has to actually live in the city, not just be a property owner. So is there a certain area that would be unstruck, or would we have to add something new within there so that when we make a motion it can be stated properly?
So you can give the general direction and I can fix it for you, or if you want to give specific direction in section 128 regarding the ZBA, looks like section B, what would now be 2, did have a residency requirement where it says shall have been residents of the city of Northport for 1 year. You could leave that in if you'd like, and I believe there's some identical or similar language in 129 at B1.
Thank you.
Do I have any? Commissioner McDowell.
If you go to 128D, would we unstrike if you look at D, if we keep the residency requirement for ZBA and PZAB, would we go back to the original language on D?
No, ma'am, and just in looking, I'm not sure there'd be, if you want to keep the residency requirement as it currently exists in the ULDC for these two boards, I don't think that would affect any other portion of these sections. It would not affect D, which is related to removal of members of the board.
I have no one else, so I'll entertain a motion. Looks like McDowell.
Just
you
real,
have something?
sorry, real
No,
quick.
it's okay.
The residency requirements currently are 1 year, and this one is 1 year as well, right? So it mirrors it no matter what. Correct?
Well, that's not true, because pursuant to the previous ordinance 36, assuming it is adopted, it includes, it creates 1 seat for a non-resident member. Someone who owns property and has owned
No, I got
property.
that. I meant the year. The year is still carries over.
Yeah, whatever's in 36, is it
But
1 year?
I'm pretty sure.
Yes, so
Yeah.
now in 36, so assuming that you adopt the previous ordinance, it will be 1 year. Currently in the city code, it's 6 months, so that
months,
was a
yeah.
distinction
Right.
between the city code and these two boards. If you do adopt 2018-36, it will be 1 year.
That's what I wanted to get clarified. Okay, thank you.
So, to be honest, it can be a little tricky to answer the specific questions. If you can evidence your intent, I can bring you back some proposed language that we can tweak at second reading if you don't love it. Because it might make more sense to say that, that there are no non-resident spots or something like that, as opposed to repeating the residency requirement that Commissioner Carrison just pointed out.
Commissioner McDowell.
You ready for a motion, Mayor?
Ready for the motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we move ordinance number 2018-37 to second reading on January 22nd, removing any reference to a non-resident board member on the PZAB and ZBA.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Do we have anything to that motion, Vice Mayor?
Just curious, do we have to re-advertise or anything? Does it change the title?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Luke?
I appreciate PZAB, and it went before them in their input and discussions on this among themselves and with us also. So just thank you to them.
Wonderful. Let's take the vote. And that passes unanimously. Moving on. Item C, ordinance number 2018-64. Can I get a motion to read ordinance by title only?
So moved.
Second.
It was moved by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Vice Mayor. Let's take the vote. Motion passes unanimously. City Clerk.
Thank you. Ordinance 2018-64, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the non-district budget fiscal year 2018-19 by providing for changes identified in Exhibit A, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing an effective date. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a budget amendment for the current fiscal year. There are 3 items on here. One of them relates to is using $180,000 from solid waste impact fees. That relates to an item that you guys had a couple meetings on about building a shelter out at the Pan American property for solid waste. Second item is a cleanup so that we can close out Fund 305, which was the Surtax 2 fund, move the remaining funds into the Surtax 3 fund, and going forward we'll just call it the Surtax fund. And the third item is for $73,000 to buy a piece of equipment so that we can close caption our commission meetings.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Commissioner McDowell, or Vice Mayor McDowell.
I just have 2, I think, simple questions regarding the purchase of the ACE 2200 for Chambers for doing the ADA requirement. If we give authorization and stuff, how long is it going to take to actually go live?
I'll have to look into that. I don't have that answer for you.
Do you think you could get it for second reading?
Yes, we'll have that for second reading.
Or a memo prior to second reading or included with legislative text kind of thing? Also then, who is going to be responsible for converting those meetings, our live meetings, to the ADA closed caption?
That most likely would be the IT department, since it'll be.
Are there any additional costs? I mean, besides the equipment, is there going to be, oh, we need a new person? Do we have to hire somebody else? Part-time, is there any additional costs?
We don't intend to hire somebody just for this. Ultimately, the amount of workload that this creates, hopefully we'll be able to absorb it, but as more duties come along, if there are, eventually we'll deal with staffing at the time.
Because they're going to have to go back, I believe, the said 2 years?
It will be an initial workload, but once it's caught up, it shouldn't be that bad going forward.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I'll entertain a motion. There's nothing else.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to move ordinance number 2018-64 to second reading on January 22nd with additional information regarding the length of time for implementation to be able to go live, to be included in the text, legislative text.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything to that, Vice Mayor?
Nope, I just look forward to finding out how long this process is going to take, because I'd hate to have things fall through the cracks. Thank you.
Commissioner Luke.
A thank you to staff for catching the ADA and jumping on this before anything legally would come forward to our city. That was great protection of staff. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, let's take the vote. Nobody else? Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item D, ordinance number 2018-56. Can I get a motion to read ordinance by title only?
So moved.
Moved by Vice Mayor, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Luke. Let's take the vote. Passes unanimously. City Clerk.
Thank you. Ordinance 2018-56, An ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the City of Northport Unified Land Development Code to allow for pawn shops as a permitted use in Activity Center 1 by amending Chapter 55, Activity Center Design Regulations, Article 1, Mediterranean Activity Center 1, providing for findings, providing for adoption, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for coding of amendments, and providing an effective date. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Sorry, Commissioner McDowell was taking selfies, I think.
Wasn't. I was trying to get my computer to work, and I was trying to
All
shut
I
it
hear
off.
is
and it-
pictures going snap, snap, snap. All right, fantastic. All right, well, now that I derailed that, does anybody have any questions? Commissioner McDowell.
Yes, okay, so I want to remind my fellow commissioners that this was a two-prong motion back in October when this was being discussed. We not only said to remove pawn shops from the unpermitted uses or prohibited uses, but we also wanted them to bring back an ordinance for non-conforming use. That city manager said was going to be coming in like February. And I personally, and after reviewing the PZAB stuff, Activity Center 1 goes from one part of town all the way to the east and west, the whole length of 41. This, by approving allowing pawn shops throughout 41, we could see one pawn shop, we could see 50 pawn shops. I am more inclined, as Commissioner Luke said in an earlier ordinance, that when you see things in writing after saying, hey, this is a great idea, that it kind of goes, let's talk about this one step further. I'd like to see the non-conforming use apply to Activity Center 1 only so that those existing pawn shops can expand. I'm not talking citywide non-conforming, I'm talking just about Activity Center 1, and not opening up the entire Activity Center 1 for additional pawn shops. And I don't know if that's something that can be done.
City Manager?
Can I
you answer that?
can I add a question to that? Because I believe I had even asked city attorney, with things like that being open, can you state how many of a certain industry are allowed into an activity center? And I believe the response was, you can't limit, whether it's a pawn shop, whether it's a grocery store, whether it's a health store. You can't limit how many are in a certain district or activity center, I think. And so piggybacking with what Commissioner McDowell was asking, I was wanting some clarification because they're kind of together.
City Manager, you have anything?
Well, as far as legally, can we do that or not? Limit, I think your question was, can you just have the non-conforming just apply to Activity Center 1? Which that is the one that's coming back in February. I'll have, actually the city attorney I think could answer the legality of that better than I could. I honestly don't know the answer to that one. But that's not this ordinance. Well, did you have an actual question? I don't know.
Well, see, it's because with this ordinance, if we approve this ordinance, it kind of makes non-conforming use irrelevant.
Correct.
So
for pawn shops though.
Or will the
For
non
pawn shops, it would make it,
for pawn shops, it'll make it irrelevant.
tell you off the top of my head if there's any other non-conforming.
Well, there's other non-conforming things because according to the
Inactivity.
motion in October, we didn't limit it to only Activity Center 1. I think, no, I have right here, it's not. It's not.
And there are more non-conforming.
And there are more non-conformings throughout the city. So the motion was.
I thought we did too.
The motion was.
You did it.
First reading, Article 21, conformities in the ULDC similar to the example provided today for the concept to allow expansion of non-conforming use with staff's research and recommendations regarding unintended consequences after it's been vetted through PZAB. So I am leaning towards not doing anything with these pawn shops and opening up the entire Activity Center 1 to pawn shops until we talk about non-conforming use and possibly making a new motion to include only Activity Center 1 for non-conforming. Does any of that make sense to anybody?
City Attorney.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, it makes I think I understand what you're saying, and I don't have the answer for you. That's something I have to look into. The ordinance related to non-conforming uses has not come in for legal review yet. And so apparently everyone else's memory is a little sharper than mine as to what that was. But with respect to your question, I mean, I would have to look into that. That's something I don't know offhand. You have to be very, very careful with these types of land use decisions, and I would want to research that before giving you an answer. An option, a procedural option, if that's how you feel, is to table the item until, have it come back with the, with that ordinance, if that's
So we
the board's
could table
desire.
this until that's ready to come back?
The
then?
board always has the ability to table an item if it so desires.
Okay. Can we apply, since we were able to apply pawn shops to only Activity Center 1, opening up only Activity Center 1 for pawn shops, are we able to only confine non-conforming to Activity Center 1 for expansion purposes for existing businesses?
That's the question I don't have the answer to.
Okay, so that we will,
That's a different question than creating or limiting a use.
gotcha.
Commissioner Carson.
I was going to speak to the agenda item. I thought, I'm with Commissioner Luke, I thought we had limited it to this area and to pawn shops, and that the non-conforming use issue would be a conversation later, because I remember clearly I have issues with non-conforming uses all over the city, and there's certain areas where it needs to go away. So, and that's a way bigger conversation than this. But we were dealing with the issue at hand, and that was a particular business that is not allowed to expand because of its non-conforming use. So that is what we have in front of us today.
No.
Today is not the non-conforming issue.
I meant the issue at hand being the pawn shop not being able to, won't this then allow for pawn shops within that jurisdiction, so therefore they won't be hindered to then expand or have a problem?
That's true. Just to make sure there's no confusion, this ordinance does not apply to any particular property, including
Correct.
the sole existing pawn shop. It does allow, as a matter of right, for pawn shops to locate in Activity Center 1.
Understandable, and we were very clear in the fact that we weren't trying to only allow a benefit to one particular individual, hence the reason why we have what's in front of us. And that's why I'm trying to clarify that this is the issue at hand. The non-conforming use issue is a whole bigger can of worms that we'll have to deal with at a workshop first, and then, I mean, that's a biggie. So with that said, I just want to make certain, and again, this activity center goes from pretty much the US 41 corridor, Ortez to Salford, correct?
The Golden Mile.
Okay. And this will not remove the design standards for that area, correct? Because I think the design standards are what makes that area.
That is correct.
Correct. Okay.
Well, it looks like the planning manager has something, so maybe I spoke too soon.
No, that's correct. I just seemed like I was getting a lot of corrects, so I decided to come.
Make sure that we're not going to replace this and turn around and say, oh yeah, now that you're allowed, we're not going to hold you up to the Mediterranean style that we work so hard to make sure that corridor is held up to.
Correct. And Activity Center 1 also includes for the record, Nicole Galehouse, Interim Planning Manager. Activity Center 1 also includes the area of, I think it's the northwest corner
of River Road and 41, and anything that we annex in between there and Ortiz. So any future development, any future annexations within that area are part of Activity Center 1.
I thought that Ortiz and 41 was a different activity center.
No, the comprehensive plan states that anything we annex within the future annexation overlay is included into Activity Center 1 with commercial underlying zoning.
I don't remember that. Okay.
Really quick, City Attorney, do you have something? Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
Just a real quick kudos, your staff report, love it. Absolutely love it. I love the way that it's laid out. I love how it's basic, it's easy,
Very
it's
good.
well done. Well
Very
done.
good.
Thank you.
Very good.
That's it.
Okay. Nobody else? I have a motion.
Well, I just want, if I'll push
Commissioner
this.
Liu?
I just need to ask City Attorney, because of what Vice Mayor brought up, if we proceed with this, and when that larger discussion comes up about nonconformity, are we possibly opening pawn shop to every area within the city until you have time to research it?
No, ma'am, these are two different items. You have what is a permitted or prohibited use within AC1, and this ordinance deals with pawn shops specifically. So if this ordinance goes to second reading and is adopted, then pawn shops will be allowed there as a matter of right. Nonconformity deals with when you have an existing business or structure and the law changes and no longer allows it. The person has a property right that continues. You can't just by operation of law undo someone's property right. So they're really two totally separate topics.
Okay, so we're not going to hurt the second discussion by passing this one?
No, but for any pawn shop that currently exists that's non-conforming, if this is adopted, then they will be conforming. They'll be there as a matter of right.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
I'll make a motion. See if it flies. I'd like to make a motion to table ordinance number 2018-56 and have staff bring back a ordinance. Let me get my cheat sheet out. Hang on. An ordinance after it's gone through PZAB to address the Article 21 with non-conforming and allow expansion of non-conforming uses within Activity Center 1 only, and with the city attorney's review of the legalities and staff's recommendations and research also.
City Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to remind the commission that the nonconformity issue is not on today's agenda. While procedurally you can table this item until a later time, and you could even possibly tie it to another item if you'd like. To take action on an item that is not noticed on today's agenda could create legal issues.
So if I make it two separate?
I don't think you can make even a motion
No,
on the
I
other.
think the portion of the motion that concerns limiting, a future item that's coming forward, limiting the nonconformity, I think could be a problem. That's not on today's agenda.
I think that's what.
I think what you can say in your motion is, I'd like to table this and have it come back together with the ordinance that's already been directed at whatever time that comes back. But then when you start to try to get into the content of that ordinance is where we have some potential issues.
Can I try it again? I don't think I even got a second on that. Okay.
Yep, go ahead, try again.
I'd like to make a motion to table this ordinance number 2018-56 and have staff bring it back at the same time as the previously directed non-conforming use ordinance at a future time.
I have a second. Motion dies for lack of a second. Do I have another motion?
Sure. I will move to approve ordinance number 2018-56, move to continue ordinance number 2018-56 to second reading on January 22nd, 2018.
I'll second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Carson, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything to that, Commissioner Pearson?
I think that they're totally different issues, and I think that this will handle one issue, and we will deal with the other issue hopefully soon, sometime before I leave.
I would have agreed with Vice Mayor and tabled this had I not gotten City Attorney to say that basically they are two separate things. So, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, as much as I love pawn shops, used them many times in my previous life, I cannot see opening up the Golden Mile, as it's been referred to many times, to a boatload, potentially, of pawn shops up and down US 41. And that's what this approval will do.
And I'm a firm believer of the free market and how it works. I think the market itself will determine the amount or the ability of those shops to be able to open. I mean, you don't make money, you're not going to open. So, one more thing, Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, and just to that, Mayor, it's about our standards. We don't allow car dealerships. We don't allow certain things in our
That's
city.
a whole nother argument.
We don't allow certain things in our city, and it's well within our city's
Sure.
rights to not allow certain businesses, just like they do out on Boca Grande all the time. This is something that is special to our city, and I just don't want to open it up to unintended consequences for future commissions later on down the road.
Absolutely, and I greatly appreciate that. I think probably philosophical kind of differences on how to get to the same place. But let's go ahead and take the vote. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. It was approved 4-1 with Commissioner Vice Mayor McDowell dissenting. Okay, we're going to move on to item E, ordinance number 2018-42. Can I get a motion to read ordinance by title only?
Second.
Moved by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Carasone. Let's take the vote.
I don't have any.
I'm from the South. I can't talk that fast.
Oh, I did,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
there you go.
I'm
Where's
sorry.
my seconder? Ah, see. That was passed unanimously, Ms. Hale.
Ordinance 2015-56, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the City of Northport Unified Land Development Code.
Stop.
No, sorry, you're on the next one. 42, 2018-42.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You had me scrambling there for about 2 seconds.
Thank you. Ordinance number 2018-42, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, adopting the capital improvements element of the City of Northport Comprehensive Plan, providing for findings, providing for adoption, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill, for a fantastic read. City Manager?
This is the current year's, this ordinance to update the capital improvement element within the comprehensive plan. This is an annual event that we do after the budget is passed to ensure that we're meeting all concurrency requirements with schools, utilities, all our basic levels of service. With that, I'll open this up to questions.
Commissioner Carasone?
So I thought the requirement for school concurrency was no longer a requirement.
Let our planning department come up and talk to you about that.
For the record, Nicole Dalehouse, and I'm planning manager. And all of our projects do have to go through school capacity and concurrency reviews. In the comprehensive plan, I believe we have an agreement with the school board. We adopt their capital improvements plan by reference. So we don't do, it's not our own, but we adopt theirs by reference every year.
It doesn't make sense why we adopt their capital improvement plan, considering I thought school concurrency was no longer valid per the state. They had gotten rid of that. Granted, we have a joint agreement with the school board, and we attempted to do a joint agreement with the county, but is it maybe just something that, because what if I don't like their capital improvement plan? What if I don't agree with it? Maybe I agree with the fact that we need to have a capital improvement plan that says that we have another high school here. You know, I just find it odd that we have to pretty much just stamp it and say, yeah, okay, we see it every year.
I understand what you're saying. I don't know the specifics of the agreement that we have and what the state has done.
It's a joint
that you're
planning
referencing.
agreement.
But I'll have to look, I would have to look into that in more detail.
That's it.
Okay, anybody else? Oh, entertain a motion.
I was going to speak to that. I had to get back to the right screen, sorry. I would like to understand why the whole enchilada is in there. And I don't know is it's really that we're putting the stamp of approval on theirs, but wouldn't it be more so that we see and understand what they have done? And so we're looking at our services to make sure it complies to what they see?
That does make sense. I'll have to look into this a little more and I can bring you a feedback.
Yeah, it's JPA 2006, 2005 maybe. It was a joint planning agreements between Sarasota County School Board and the Sarasota County, but never got anywhere with Sarasota County.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I don't have a motion button.
Everybody's motion button.
Somebody has a motion button on.
Who has their motion?
Me.
Oh, it's not on.
Okay, can we reset that, please?
Oh, maybe it wasn't reset. Gotcha.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to continue ordinance number 28. I almost did what Ms. Hale did. Make a motion to move ordinance number 2018-42 to second reading on January 22nd.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by...
Commissioner Luke. She pressed the button first.
Okay.
I don't care.
I only heard one. So.
I know.
Seconded by Commissioner Luke. You don't do that, Vice Mayor.
Nope.
Commissioner Luke?
I would like an answer to what was just questioned before the second reading or at the time of second reading, so we do have a fuller understanding of what we're doing and passing before we do.
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you need an amendment for that, or do you have that?
I have notes already.
Okay, wonderful. I think we'll do it. Yep. Okay, let's take the vote if nobody else has anything else. Motion is approved unanimously. Moving on to Section F, ordinance number 2018-59. If I could get the city clerk to please read ordinance by title only. 2018-59.
Ordinance 2815-59. An ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, providing for a policy for the utilization of public-private partnerships, P3, in a procurement by amending the Code of the City of Northport, Florida, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 8, Procurement, Section 2-402, Definitions, and by creating a new Section 2-420, Public-Private Partnerships, P3, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hale. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This one is another reading of this ordinance. Not a first reading, not a final reading, but another one.
Another reading.
It is. So this was brought back with the changes that you directed the city attorney to work with the outside counsel to do. With that, we'll just open up for any questions you may have on those changes.
Commissioner Luke.
Looked over the red line and the changes, and they look great as to what we brought up in the last meeting, so appreciate that. I am curious, though, in regards to what was addressed in public comment by former Commissioner Yates in regards to the general partnership. Would it be appropriate to put something in this one, or should we establish a separate ordinance for just general partnerships?
I think if I understood the public comment correctly, it was a suggestion that we include in this ordinance some type of process that applies to services, public-private partnership that relates to services. Commissioner, we would have to research that to see if that's consistent with our other local laws, which obviously we can change. You can change all of our local laws, but if there have to be anything else that would be changed, and if it's consistent with state statute, how that would work with our existing procurement, other processes in the city that I'm not aware of offhand. This ordinance was specifically written to work with the state statute relating to, P3 is the one that we mentioned earlier that defines qualifying projects. So it's written to refer back to that statute, to incorporate some of the requirements of that statute. So we would have to, if we made that change, we'd have to do some research and do it carefully.
Thank you. That's why I posed the question was, that maybe it would be better to pass something like this and then work to develop the other criteria for the partnership services, general partnership services. So thank you for answering that.
Commissioner McDowell, or Vice Mayor McDowell.
Thank you for making the changes and the red line. I do have a couple of policy questions for my fellow commissioners. If you go to line 176, it's saying that to submit a P3 conceptual proposal is not required, and a private entity may forego submitting this conceptual proposal and instead submit an unsolicited P3 proposal. Because it's not in the flow, I'm requesting that we move 3 to be 4-1 at 165. That way then you can either submit this or this, and then it goes down to explain what the process is for each one. It's more of a flow item.
Move 3 to before 1 is what you're saying?
Correct.
On the same
There's
topic.
176, line 176.
Right.
So it would be 164.
Okay.
So it's more for flow, and I don't know if the city attorney would like to weigh in and offer input on that, if it's going to change anything. But the way that it's written, you're talking about conceptual, then you go to, if you're going to do this, and then it goes to conceptual again. And it's all I'm...
Are you good?
Yeah, Mayor, reorganizing this section does not have a legal effect. If the board thinks that makes it read better, that's no issue.
The next one that I have, line 248. If you look at line 248, it says an unsolicited P3 detailed proposal is non-refundable. And I'm just bringing that to your attention so that when I go to my next question, if you go to lines 230 to 239, it says that the commission is being brought into the process much sooner. So since they have to submit $25,000 and that is non-refundable, if the commission says, hey, this is not something we're going to entertain, can they get their money back? Because in order for us to even consider it, they have to pay $25,000.
What line is the non-refundable on here?
Line 248.
Oh, jeez. Right in front of me. I didn't even see that one. Can I jump off that? Because I have a question as well that is similar.
Do we have an answer for this one now?
I don't know what the answer.
I think as written, it is non-refundable, and what you want to decide on a policy front, they do still have to, if they're submitting, they do still have to meet, certain requirements. So I don't know what kind of staff time that might take to to look at those requirements and
One's probably different, too.
to bring forward a staff report to you, even for that initial consideration about a qualifying project. But obviously, if you want to do something about the refundability of that, I'm sure we could
I
write
don't know
that
if you
in.
can, if according to state statute, can we? Because I believe state statute
We do have to charge a
says-
fee, but I'd have to look and see, and we'd have to kind of, probably on our end, brainstorm a little bit about how that might read, because if you have one that comes in that does take a lot of staff time, even getting you to that preliminary question, then I think the statute's going to want the city to be, the cost to be covered for that.
Right, and I mean, if I had my dithers, I would much rather see all items get charged $5,000 to do the conceptual review, have the commission look at the conceptual review, that's non-refundable, $5,000, and then move into the unsolicited detailed proposal, and then they have to pay the $25,000. But that, again, is a policy decision, because this way we all know up front, hey, this is coming, does it qualify, does it not qualify, and be done with it. I don't know.
City manager.
I think maybe this will help with that, not the legality of it, but the thought process is, by moving this up front, the intent was to see if the commission had an appetite for these at all. The way that I interpreted that, whether right or wrong, but the way I took that is, we're not going to be doing a lot of staff research on it. The point was, before the money was used for the $25,000, hiring a consultant or whatever consultants we needed to hire, the commission was going to say, that's an insane idea, we're not even going to consider it, so don't bother with the $25,000 or spending all the time and effort to do this work. So the way that, as I say, the way I understood your direction was, bring it to us, and with little or with pretty much no work to get your, extremely high level, is this an insane idea or is this something we do want to find out more information on? That being said, if that's what you all meant with your direction as well, I think that we can get the language changed, because we would not have used any of the $25,000 to simply create an agenda item.
And if that is the commission's direction, we should change the language in the ordinance, because I did not write it for that direction. I wrote it for the commission to make a determination as to whether it met the definition of qualifying project in the statute, which may be something that's very simple, especially if it's a really, out of left field kind of idea. But I think it also potentially could be something that's more complex. And if the city manager disagrees, he obviously knows more from the working side than I do. But I would at least say that we'd probably want to explore that and talk to our outside counsel about that in his experience and see. This is a new prong that you all added, so that's not a level in the process that he probably will have personal experience, with. But he does have more experience in these matters and can weigh in.
I think on that one, it's whether you want to determine, is it a qualifying project, or do you want... Do you want to determine if it's a qualifying project, or do you guys really just want that determination that I was talking about of, it's a good idea, go forth and get all the information, and eventually it will come back to you again?
Maybe a logical way for this unsolicited P3 proposal is create a new one and say all unsolicited detailed proposals will be reviewed by commission, and if I don't want to use the word approved, if deemed interested, then they have to pay the $25,000.
Well,
this way it's just an agenda item. Are you interested, commission? Are you not interested? Yes, we are. Now pay your $25,000, which is non-refundable. I'm just wondering if that would be the way to resolve this.
I think on this, the city attorney and I are just, it's going to change a lot of things.
Commission directive, it's not an answer that can be...
Right, I get it, but it's something that we have to consider, because if the commission immediately says, no, this thing is so pie in the sky and aliens aren't landing here in Northport, we're not considering this, then whoever it is out $25,000.
They took that risk to do that too, and we had it all laid out with them paying that fee for their endeavor before in the last meeting, we said, hey, we want to get an input into this. I don't know where there's really a differential as to why we wouldn't collect the fee, because if we put the stamp of approval, you're just going straight to the staff anyhow.
But if
So-
we don't, it's non-refundable.
Well, then you might have 50,000, you might have 50,000 people then coming to say, hey, I got this idea, and, you know, and they're using staff's time, and you got all of these, if you don't set some kind of thing like a fee to start with.
Yeah, City Attorney?
Mayor, I do want to point out for both the conceptual and the detailed proposal, there is a mechanism in the ordinance that the city manager may reject the proposal at any time, and that means reject it without going through this lengthy process. So let's say someone says, here's my $25,000 and my proposal to build, you know, an alien mall on the moon. The city manager can say, okay, well, this is so, you know, this is so far out of left field
Or
that
you
it's
say,
not
"I'm going."
It's not going to meet the definition in the statute. Like there's no way we're not going to expend staff resources or take this to the commission. It's less of a, you know, an outright policy decision, and more of, you know, if this is something that's so very, very inapplicable that we're not going to spend time on it, and that would be also not to spend the commission's time on it. So that there is a mechanism for that in the ordinance already.
But if I am submitting an unsolicited P3 proposal, detailed proposal, I must submit the proposal to the finance department with $25,000.
Yes, ma'am. I
And
understand.
then it goes to the city manager.
And if the city manager rejects the proposal, then they do refund the fee because it's not accepted.
City attorney, I do not see anywhere that says the city manager can refund the $25,000. It says it's non-refundable. That's what brought up my question, just for.
That's if we, for the review. If we don't accept it, if we reject it, then there's no review. We don't. You don't accept it. You don't refund the $25,000. Just get the check back because you don't even accept it.
All right, as long as everybody's all right, I'll move on. Line 264. It says this information should include the following, and then it lists, I don't know, 12, 15 things. I believe that it said this information must include the following.
That's a scrivener's error on our side. I agree with you.
I'm sorry, what line was that on?
On line 264, the word should, it should say must, which would be consistent with the remainder of the ordinance.
Oh,
All right. Let's see here. Go to line 368. Oh, this one's a big one. All right, 368 is talking about after the city manager and everybody says, yes, we're going to proceed with this unsolicited detailed proposal, and we're going to advertise that we're going to put it out for competitive review. So the city advertises for the potential opportunity to accept competing detailed proposals. And that's at line 368 and 369. Now jump down to 373. It says an invitation to submit a competing P3 detailed proposal with a P3 proposal review fee. There is no fee for a P3 proposal review fee. Nowhere in this ordinance is there that fee. There's an unsolicited and there's a conceptual, but there's no fee for a P3 proposal review fee for something that is a competing proposal. We need to add that, and that was one of the questions I believe the city attorney emailed back to all of us, that yes, if we're going to do it, we need to put that in there.
Right, because it's not using as much money, staff time money, for that then, as the first one. I remember reading something about that.
So just as a refresher, what our outside council says is that it does require a fee and indicates that the ad will identify the fee, but the ordinance leaves the fee amount open. In practice, this should be less than or equal to $25,000 because that's the fee that we set for the original submission. And so the commission, if you want to put a specific number in there to apply to everyone, you can make it $25,000 across the board for ease of administration. But then he also mentions that typically there's more cost and more effort associated with reviewing the first one than subsequent ones. Keeping the fee low may also help stimulate competition. But whatever you decide on the policy front, the fee should not be more than what the original entity, the original submission paid. So it should be $25,000 or less.
Can I just, I need to ask a quick question on this one, because my problem is, shouldn't it just refer to the fee schedule that we approve every single year versus having a set cost in here?
Well, in this particular ordinance, you do set the fees in this ordinance as opposed to
I just
on
searched for
the,
review fee.
as opposed to on the Exhibit A. No, you could, we could put it in Exhibit A. We'd have to bring the ordinance back for 2 readings to do that, because it's not how we've set it up. We've done it just within this ordinance so that it's, you know, all in one place. But if you wanted to put those fees in the Exhibit A city fee schedule, sure, you could do that instead.
That's how we do everything. You know what I mean? Like, everything is with the fee schedule. I hate to have to come back here if we either increase it or decrease it and have to come back for this ordinance every time.
I like the idea of that attachment or that exhibit also, and it gives a great place for somebody just to look at, like a definition type of section, but it's the fee schedule attached to it, and they know immediately what they're going to get into, so I'm in agreement with
And, you know, I
that.
misspoke. I said that would have to come back for 2 readings. It probably wouldn't. We might just need to re-advertise, but I know the intention was to bring this back for another reading, and or that was your intention. The last meeting was to end up with 3 readings on this, so we could probably accomplish that. We couldn't accomplish it by January 22nd, right?
Vice Mayor, can I move on to Commissioner Luke and then come back?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Commissioner Luke.
Light on?
Yep.
I probably was just going to state something that already done, because, yeah,
Are you
it's
good?
off on my part. I'm good right
Okay,
now.
Commissioner Carson.
All right.
Oh,
where do I begin?
You had covered it, whatever you said covered.
Oh, you know what you were doing?
Nope, she's good. It's your turn.
I thought you said. Okay, so we talk about this review fee, and I do have a problem with the review fee because I want to know exactly how do we justify $25,000 for a review, be it conceptual or proposed, or not conceptual, sorry, proposed or unsolicited. So how did we justify $25,000 is my first question.
So the conceptual is 5 and the detail is 25,000. That number was actually suggested by our outside counsel, although knowing it's a policy decision for the commission. In the preliminary meeting that we had with the finance staff, that was also a number that the finance staff had come up with, I believe without knowing or independent of what the outside counsel's recommendation was. So that is a policy decision. I know it's my understanding that there are other entities that charge something similar. The outside counsel's advice essentially was, listen, because you know you're not set up and you really don't ideally want to spend the time accounting for every single second and expense, you want to set, it's easier administratively to set a flat fee. So on some, you know, you're going to spend maybe a little more on your soft costs or your staff time than you can allocate for, and on some you're going to spend a little less, and you sort of hope to, you know, to come out even in the end. But it is an amount that's subject to your policy decision.
Commissioner, I did look up several other entities, and they were exactly in line with this. The 5,000, the 25,000, and the 20,000. Almost looked like we kind of went off what others did. But everyone I looked had almost exactly the same figures.
I think I'd found some with a little bit higher also.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Everyone I looked was
It
exact.
looks like it's $25,000 for the proposal, right? But then if you've already paid that proposal fee being $25,000, Then you pay another $5,000 for a review of a substantially similar P3.
The way it's set up, you pay, if someone does a conceptual, they pay $5,000. You don't have to do one, but if you do, you pay $5,000. If you come back, if you do a detailed proposal and it's $25,000, unless you did a conceptual, and then you get a $5,000 credit for that because you've already paid that $5,000, so it's $20,000. And then if it goes out to competitive review, those that are competing will need to pay a fee that's set in the ad.
Okay, so that, I didn't read that in here. That, I can definitely tell a lawyer put this together, because this is the most legally wording.
That's good.
So, but yeah, you can't really tell by this line, this paragraph 2, exactly the process.
What line?
Specifically, line 242. How, I think it's just all muddled together. It's not really plain spoken. It's not clear, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at.
And there's two different provisions. The provision regarding the conceptual proposal begins on line 163 in subsection B. So it's a little clear if you're reading it, the whole thing through, and you read subsection B about the conceptual proposals first, and then subsection C about the detailed proposals.
Yeah, but 163 doesn't have well, I guess it does have numbers. It has the 5,000 on 171, but I don't see it as being very clear, but that's up to the commission to determine. My next problem is you said that the commission is brought in early on, and that is located where in this ordinance?
37. 236, 237.
Or a unsolicited, correct?
234.
What about
the red line there?
Yeah, I have it here. What about see here, I don't know how to explain this. Okay, so the city manager brings it before us, right? But the city manager has the ability to not hear it. So what if and when we do hear it, we're only hearing it to see if it's deemed qualifying, right? Not that it's a need or a necessity or something that we...
At that time, so the way this came to you originally was, it goes through the city manager process, and the city manager can reject anything, but if he's smart, he's not going to reject anything that might qualify, right?
Well, I've worked with a lot of city managers. I got news for you.
That's up to you, and you can change that. This is how it's set up originally. And then once it goes through everything, then it's going to come back before the commission, because all of these have to culminate in a contract. And so, it will be originally, everything is all together. By the time you guys get it, it's been completely vetted. You're going to have everything that you need to make your determination. But based on the last meeting, the commission asked that it also be given a preliminary step of looking at it in the early stages and determining whether or not the commission believes, based on what it's seeing then, that it's a qualifying project. So you kind of, give the on-off to even take off with it, to go into that deeper kind of work that the city manager and staff will do.
So this follows line and in suit with what Commissioner McDowell is saying, is that shouldn't the commission be up front first, determine whether it's qualifying and justified, per se, prior to having staff time, the city manager, all of that take place, and then, my concern is twofold. One, you get all that stuff done and the city manager believes it's a qualifier and that it's necessary and brings it before the commission says no, like Commissioner McDowell said. And then there's the other side of it, that maybe the commission believes that it's a priority, but yet the city manager at the time doesn't. And the city manager says no.
Decision. It's completely within your policy decision. Just know that at this upfront step that we've inserted, since the last reading, you know, that you're only going to have what's in the detailed proposal. You're not going to have any work or, you know, really much analysis done on the city side. So in
Which,
other
I mean,
words-
you would.
And then I'm not
it's
saying,
all
I'm not
about
saying
the
that's not okay.
concept,
That's
you
your
know,
policy.
it's,
Yeah.
You know, we know that part of our priority is to have another annexed city hall per se on the east end. That's our one of our priorities, but yet city manager doesn't want to have another one on the east end because he doesn't want to employ people and he doesn't want to have to drive all the way over there.
Well, another idea, you know, might be.
I know. Well, you're not getting hit by a bus today, okay? So just be quiet and be thankful.
Another idea to address that might be at the conceptual proposal stage. This is something that not every city has. It is something that our outside counsel recommends. They've done it for many of their entities. This $5,000 conceptual proposal is just kind of more like tasting the waters, testing the waters, I think I'm mixing my metaphors.
Tasting the wine, testing the waters, whatever.
And at that stage, the conceptual proposal does not come before the commission. That goes just to staff. So, I mean, you can put, you know, I don't know, where you guys want to interject your review and your time in the board effort, you can put that in here. It's policy. There's nothing in the statute that will prohibit that.
Okay. And then.
Harrison, can I see if maybe I can help you with understanding? Because the way I'm reading it for these unsolicited detail proposals, if an entity wants to submit one of those, they have to give it to the city finance department. The finance department takes their $25,000 and gives it to the city manager. The city manager, according to the way it's written in these steps, then has to put it on an agenda for the commission to review. If the commission deems it to be an appropriate project, then the city manager and the city will proceed with the review of this entire proposal and do whatever those steps are. So the first 4 steps are very, very benign. Finance department, $25,000, city manager puts it on the agenda. Commission then says, yes, proceed, no, we don't. It's no staff time is really involved.
City attorney, can you help me out here? Because I know that it's in here.
Where Vice Mayor's
No,
referring to?
where they have the ability, it doesn't have to go before the commission first.
That's for the conceptual.
They changed.
Right, the conceptual.
Conceptual is totally different than an unsolicited P3 detail.
But shouldn't the conceptual come before us?
That's exactly what I said a half hour ago, that we should have all of them come to us as a conceptual thing.
That's why I'm trying to support exactly what you're saying. That's why I said that.
Conceptual is our idea to start with.
Vice Mayor is saying that she wants to require a conceptual proposal as a step. And I think Commissioner Carrison, what you're saying is if you get a conceptual proposal, you want it to come before the commission.
Okay,
So I
yes,
think those are
that's
slightly
true.
different.
I think that all of them should be conceptual, $5,000, come before commission, take a look at it, yay or nay, and then if it's a yay, then they go to the detailed part of the $25,000. That's just me.
I just can't even justify $5,000. I just think that's
Well, there's staff time involved.
Commissioner
Is
Pearson,
there?
can I move to Commissioner Luke and then come back, just so we can questions moving across? Do you have one more?
I want to look real quick because I might actually be done. The only last thing was the last item, the last line is obviously wrong. It's not January 9th, that's all.
Commissioner Luke.
I need city attorney to maybe help me with, I'm viewing conceptual as being our idea.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Envisioning the conceptual as being our idea. And then the unsolicited is just an idea coming from the outside, where the conceptual is from within.
No, ma'am, both the conceptual and the detailed proposals are unsolicited. The reason, and you can change it if you want, but the reason conceptual doesn't have unsolicited before it is because there is a mechanism later where the detailed proposal gets solicited. After we review the initial, then it goes out for a solicitation for competition.
Okay, so both of them are unsolicited. One just has more detail than the other.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
One has a lot more detail.
Also, along those lines, I see a difference between a qualifying project, which is, to me, in depth. That's where staff has to get in and see if it's legitimate, and on and on and on, versus public purpose. And to me, that would be where it would come to us, and then we say, yes, that serves a public purpose for our community. We're interested in them progressing to the next step. And then it goes into that conceptual type of thing. Am I seeing a difference there? Because to me, qualifying is in depth. There's lots of things that you have to qualify for versus the public
Qualifying project
purpose.
is a term of art as defined in the Florida state statute. So a qualifying is not really describing the project. A qualifying project is a definition in the statute.
Right.
And we pull that definition in here by reference.
Is there a difference between qualifying project and public purpose?
Yes, ma'am. All qualifying projects must serve a public purpose, but the definition is much more in-depth. In the state statute, it's defined through several paragraphs.
See, the thing that concerns me...
In the definition, there are, I guess, 4 different categories, and I won't read it all because it's quite lengthy, but for example, number 1 is a facility or project that serves a public purpose, including, and then it goes on to talk about the ferries, parking facilities.
Did you
and
say
all of
ferries?
this. Ferries, like on the water.
Think about it.
Like boat ferries.
What I'm concerned about is if...
But they're looking at a public or any other public facility or infrastructure. So to meet, subsection 1, either has to be a public purpose, but then it also has to, be this building or
Correct.
facility.
That's why I don't think when it comes to us initially that we can say, yes, this is a qualifying project, because we don't have all that information, can't have it until it's vetted through the staff. But we can say, yes, this serves a public purpose for our community. Go ahead and see if it's a qualifying project. So am I seeing the difference there then?
Yes, ma'am, I understand what you're saying.
Because I'm very afraid that somebody would bring something to us and us 5 say, yeah, that's a great idea. It goes to staff and staff finds out this is a disaster, this does not qualify whatsoever, and they come back and say, hey, the commissioners said that that's a qualifying project. So I would rather see that entry level of us just saying, yes, that's a public purpose for our community.
And if it's the board's will, we can change that. I would recommend that we keep the language in line 235 that makes that a preliminary determination, because that does allow the commission, when it comes back at the end, and you have more in-depth information to make a different decision.
Okay, and we're throwing around that 5,000 thing. For somebody to pay 5,000 for it to go through our staff and the time to get to us to say yay or nay to a public purpose, I have no problem with that. When it comes to the competing bids, where it goes out for competition, I don't mind it setting at 15,000 instead of the 25 that the initial person had to put. Because you still have all the bidding, you have to put it out, you have to do the investigation when it comes back and stuff, so it's still timely, not as much as the initial, but it is. So that's my take on that. Thank you.
Commissioner Carson?
Yeah, just real quickly, we keep talking about these fees, but aren't these fees essentially rolled into that P3 project, and then the municipality would have to pay them back in the long run? I mean, isn't that how? So, for instance,
I'm not
as I
gonna pay
understand it, What was that?
I said, I'm not going to pay them for their idea, and I'm certainly not going to use the citizens' money to do it.
As I understand it, that if there was a public purpose and the P3 was involved, they would in turn save us money in the long run by evaluating the project, engineering it, developing it, financing it, and then in return, say it was a project for the city. In return, the city would then pay a certain amount of money up to the point where the property would be conveyed back to the city. I guess it all depends on what the project is, but.
And I'd say that's contractual.
That's all
It'd probably be in the
contractual. We're not
contract.
even to contract.
So if we agree to the contract to do that, then I am sure.
Yeah,
if we
but this
don't,
is
then it
way
wouldn't be.
before the contract even gets.
No, I
brought
get
to
it. I'm
us.
talking it out and trying to figure out whether we're gonna wind up paying for it in the long run anyways versus them paying for it.
I would say it does depend on the structure of the ultimate deal that you strike. The statute is clear that we are to charge a fee, and then it gives us the authority that if the fee is not enough to cover our own expenses, to charge more. So the policy that the statute seems to be putting forward is, the review of this should really be on the submitter and not on the governmental entity.
And it's hard to say because I mean, we can't just pull 25,000 out of the air and say, yep, that's what it is, because I don't have any justification for 25,000.
That is true. And this is completely your decision. I'm not trying to persuade you one way or the other. The information that I know is that these are typically very big projects. When you look at the definition of qualifying project, these are big. These are costly. These are expensive.
What I'm trying to find is the definition.
It's in the Florida
255.065. And
Yeah.
I'm reading it.
Starts at least on my version, on the bottom of page 1, qualifying project. It's subsection I.
Oh, I'm not actually in. I'm in Justia.
Oh, okay.
Justia. All right.
So these are very big, major projects. I expect that we would most likely need to obtain outside counsel on this, and of all the different outside counsel that we look at, the highest rate we currently pay is for our P3 counsel. It's a very, very specialized niche. The city manager could probably speak more to this, but it was at least my understanding from the meetings we had with the former finance director when she was here, is that they'd probably have to outsource some element of, or at least some of the questions or issues of finance. And then there's everything that'll take your staff time to look at, engineering, possibly architectural. It's, typically my understanding is that these are pretty extensive reviews, and it's not completely unusual for $25,000 not to cover it all, which is why there's a provision that allows us to ask for more if we need it. But also, any questions that you have, if you are going to continue this for another reading, I'm also happy to pass those on and bring back information for you.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, it's my understanding that this unsolicited P3 detailed proposal is the items from line 266 to lines 305, all 13 individual items plus whatever is in those lines is what staff has to review.
Oh.
And then also, if we need to hire outside counsel, outside experts to help make sure everything is on the up and up, I think $25,000 is actually on the low side. But am I correct that those are the items that they're going to be reviewing, staff's going to be taking a look at?
And that section at line 260, subsection 4 identifies the minimum of what must be included in the proposal. Subsection 7, starting on line 321, includes, says that the staff should determine all reasonable factors, and including but not limited to those that are set forth there.
Yeah, so there's a lot of work.
Everything in 4 and determine everything in 7 at a minimum.
All right, thank you for that clarification. So what I'm hearing is one thing that still needs to be decided, and is how much are we charging for a P3 proposal review fee once it goes out for solicitations, for competing solicitations. So that one, I don't want to get lost, that we do have to put that in this ordinance before we go on to the second reading.
Do you want it written, or do you want what Zone said in exhibit?
I think that we need to take all the numbers out of this and refer to our fee schedule, just like we do everything else. And then at that point, we can get a justification for the 25 or the 5, because I'm not saying that it's too much. It might be too low. How much is our PCD? How much is our planned community development reviews? How much is our, we need to make it relative to what our other stuff is.
But that isn't even getting to that. That PCD review is way after all of this.
No, that wouldn't be part of this. I'm talking about a planned community development. It's not, when I'm saying that we have other fees in the planning department that are very similar, but not similar. I don't know how to explain.
But if it's too low, Commissioner, we can always tell them, hey, we need another $10,000, and it's up to them to pay that $10,000.
We can if it's in here. That's what I'm saying. It needs to be in the fee schedule. We can change the fee schedule.
We could change this too.
We change the fee schedule and we review it every single year. There would be no reason to have to continuously bring this ordinance up every single year. It wouldn't make sense. We don't do that with our Parks and Recs ordinance. We don't do that with any other ordinance that's affiliated with a fee, is what I'm trying to get at.
I understand. I just, if we're going to pull it out and put it in the fee schedule, and we, like the city attorney said, this is unique to P3. And is it going to be like then an attachment or an exhibit or something?
If you wanted to pull this out and put it in the fee schedule, when we brought the ordinance back, it would include the amendment to the fee schedule,
right,
which is found in Exhibit A of the city code.
Okay, so if we put it in the fee schedule, is there going to be a provision that says if the $25,000 is not enough, that we can go back to the solicitor and say, hey, we need $10,000 more, either you pay that or this goes away, like it does.
We currently have that provision in this proposed ordinance, and the state statute allows us but does not require us to do that. So if you want to keep that, we'd have to look at, does it make sense to keep it in the ordinance or to also include a reference to that in the fee schedule? I don't know which without looking at it, but yes, you could still retain the ability to do that.
So I don't care if it's in the fee schedule or if it's in the ordinance. It's neither here or there to me. As long as it's spelled out concisely that it's the $5,000 for the conceptual, the $25,000 for unsolicited, and we put in a fee for that competitive bid one.
Ooh, I did have a question.
The last one I have is on line 509, termination of project. I know you kind of hit on this, city attorney, when I asked you and you responded in email. Termination of project. Could you explain it again in like layman terms?
I'll explain it the way our outside counsel explained it. That the language stems from the Florida statute, the P3 statute we've been talking about, which requires the city to consider whether the project, quote, will be owned by the city upon completion, expiration, or termination of the comprehensive agreement and upon payment of the amounts financed. The attorney then says the statute seems a bit redundant in some of these terms with its use of completion, expiration, or termination. It's his opinion the first two terms are essentially equivalent, completion and expiration, so it was collapsed and then left termination.
Termination. Who terminates it?
Depends on what the agreement says.
Okay, so it's the contract.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, so that has to do with the contract part. It has nothing to do with these proposals or anything.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's right.
Okay. So it's terms and contract. Thank you.
So I'm going to wrap up questioning. Commissioner Carasone, do you have
Sorry,
one more?
one. Line 161. talking about the proposed scope applicability, and it says that when it procures professional services in the context of a design-build project, the city will not follow the P3 process, but instead 287-0. Can you explain why it says will not? And if this is referring to procurement code, then why is it even in here, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
I think this provision, which begins on line 158, is to clarify that when the city's going to procure standalone professional services that fall under the Competitive Negotiation Act, CCNA, or when the city's going to procure professional services as part of a design-build project, like on our own, we're not going to follow the P3 process. We have processes for those, and those are set forth in
I
state
see what you're
statute.
saying. So it's just
These are things that
clarifying
we
that we don't
initiate.
have to
Correct.
continuously use this process when we have the procurement code.
Well, we use this process when someone wants to bring something to us to look at.
Right.
And ferret out. But when we want to go out and hire someone to build, we use our own procurement.
I get it now.
And that's just there to clarify, so there's no.
It's a CYA.
Yep.
Okay. That was it. I was just curious.
Thank you. We're going to wrap up questioning. We do have a public comment, so I'm going to ask Mr. Duval to come up, please, and share his 3 minutes with us.
Dave Duval, citizen of Northport. Thank you, Commissioner Carazone, for being someone who recognized that lines 5, those bottom lines on the date, January 8th versus January 9th. Also, thank you for noticing that the fees don't belong in the ordinance. They belong on a fee schedule, so that you don't have to change the ordinance every time. That's common sense. Just the fact that ex-Commissioner Yates, past Commissioner Yates, took the time when obviously she was busy doing other things because she had to leave. She took the time to come here to speak to this issue. The amount of time that you have taken today to discuss this issue, all the different fee schedules, P3s, what ifs, and the topic that ex-Commissioner Yates mentioned about the perception to the public of this idea of private mixing in with the public, with the city. You add all that together, and that just says to me that this ordinance here today is not ready to be moved forward to a second reading. There's got to be some changes made. Just the fact that it's 14 pages long, one ordinance. I'll admit that I'm ignorant on this issue. I didn't read it until just before I came to the meeting today. I looked at it and said, I got to go back to Philadelphia Lawyer School to even have an idea what they're talking about.
Right.
But I put all these things together, along with another perception of my own, that you're talking on this issue private. On the issue Mr. Suggs brought up, again, a private interest. On the issue that you already voted on about having people who do not live in Northport having voter memberships on boards. Again, you're taking the private, putting it into this public. And I'm afraid that sends to me an idea of a direction that you're going that scares me. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Duval. I'll entertain a motion.
Before we do a motion, we have to have a conversation about how much are we going to charge for the P3 proposal review fee for a competitive.
Oh, that's what we were going to, I thought that we were.
We'll gather that part of the motion to have the city attorney add that in.
That was
With the review, with the fee schedule, or however we're going to do it, we still got to come up with a number.
I thought that
Yeah.
we just follow along what we've done already, and
That's what I
that
thought we
was
were gonna do, and
what's,
then when it came back, we would have time to.
what's the market rate?
Well, that's what I was saying. Every search I did were right at the market rate on the searches that I did. I think Commissioner Luke said she found some that were higher.
Yeah, just a couple that were higher.
And that's what we were appraised by our
Right.
outside counsel.
Did outside counsel tell you what the competitive bid amount was out in the public?
No, for when you send it out to advertisement, no, he said that it should be equal to or lower than,
Right.
the other, but.
That's why it's a policy decision that I need to know what that number
Can I,
is.
I'm ready to make a motion, and then it'll be addressed in that.
Go ahead.
Move to approve, or, shoot, I did it again. I'm just ready to approve stuff and not continue it, right? Okay. Move to continue ordinance, number, 2018-59, for final reading. Date to be determined. I can do that, right? Date to be determined, okay. One attorney said you couldn't, so I'm just making sure.
This has to be an evening meeting.
Right, with the following changes: to refer all fees to the city's approved fee schedule as attachment A, to make sure that conceptual proposals are required to come before the commission for approval, and that if not approved officially, review fees will be reimbursed. And that on line 373, the review fee is determined by outside counsel using same market data as used within this ordinance. I think that's what everybody said, and that's it.
Can I ask a quick question?
Did I miss
concerning one-
anything?
Well, I have a question for one. You said, if not approved, review fees will be reimbursed. My question is, if we've already spent 3 weeks going through a detailed review and then
That's why
we
I
don't
only say
approve-
conceptual.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't write down the conceptual part.
All I said was conceptual. I didn't say
Detailed.
solicited or unsolicited. It's conceptual,
conceptual.
yeah. Right?
Plus the 5,000.
Right,
Yeah,
just the
I think-
5,000, right.
Yeah, the 30,000-foot view.
Exactly, yeah. So it wouldn't be detailed by in other words, they would come before us with a conceptual plan, and they would say, look, this is what we want to do, and then it goes further, and that's when it gets into the rest
But
of
when
the.
it gets into the detail, then the conceptual is no longer refundable because we moved into detail.
Correct.
Do I have a second for that before
I'll
we get to
second
the?
for discussion, but I think we're going to have an amendment, a couple of them.
I knew there was one coming.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get a second to the motion. Okay, I have a motion on the
Oh, I
floor
thought you were
by.
talking.
It's like frozen.
We have a
I
first and
thought
a
she
second.
was talking about that conceptual slash,
Oh.
okay. You're going to do that in amendment or something? Okay.
I want to
Gotcha.
get clarification.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Carasone, seconded by Vice Mayor. Commissioner Carasone, you have anything to that?
Well, should we
know
not
there's an
have the
amendment coming.
amendments?
I think there's an amendment coming.
Okay, well.
Well, do you have anything to the motion, and then I'll get to.
I
the
do. I mean, I think that by putting it in the fee schedule, we can get the accountability, the justification for the numbers that way. I'm okay with what's in here, but come August, July, we may want to have a closer look at that and many other fees that we've been talking about adjusting over the years. So I think it'll work that way. The difference between this and a private-public partnership, I believe, is a distinct difference, because the public-private partnership that Commissioner Yates was referring to is pretty much any public-private partnership, and that should probably be in its own separate ordinance and maybe have its own qualifiers, because this is specific to the state statutes P3, which is not the same. So I'm just stating it for the public's understanding as to why I'm actually supporting this. Again, I think that Commissioner McDowell made a great point, and that is, why would we want it to go all the way through the process and for us to turn around and say no? So I think that conceptual plan does need to come before us, and I do believe that if it's a no, then they should have their money back, because no real money, unless of course we determine, again, that would be with the fee schedule, unless we determine, you know what, there should be maybe $1,000 withheld from that $5,000 refund, only because it was put on the agenda and the city clerk had spent time, and you know, that may be something that we need to review come July when we do our budget. So, but for right now, I'm okay with this. And by putting it in the schedule, it gives us that flexibility to mesh it a little bit, so.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, I just, I agree with the fee schedule thing. It's neither here nor there for me. If everybody, it seems to be in agreement of the fee schedule, fine, awesome. I do want to get some clarification. Commissioner Carasone, you said that conceptual proposals must go to commission, and if declined, the review fees are reimbursed. Are you then saying that the unsolicited P3 proposals also come to commission, or will everything come to the conceptual plan first and then move to the unsolicited?
So we have either solicited or unsolicited.
No. We have conceptual or unsolicited.
The way I understand it, it's unsolicited or solicited, both of which will have a conceptual plan, and then you have the detailed plan.
Yeah, there's a conceptual plan, which is a much
Always
smaller.
unsolicited?
Yeah. Because if it's solicited, it's going to go through an RFP.
The unsolicited.
These are all unsolicited to begin with.
Now, there could be a solicited one if we came up with an idea just on our own, but
then that goes.
That goes later on in the ordinance. But there's conceptual, which is the 5,000. Then there's the unsolicited detailed plan, which is the 25,000. And then when we get the unsolicited and we review it and think that it sounds like a good idea, then we put out a solicitation for competing proposals.
So it is my thought that it's the unsolicited ones that need to come before us as a conceptual plan first, because it's not something that this commission gave direction to do under the solicited side of things.
So with that said, are you suggesting that all unsolicited, whether they are conceptual or detailed proposals, come to commission only as a conceptual proposal first?
Yes. I thought they were required to come before us as a conceptual proposal. Well, I mean that within my.
So if I have a proposal that I want to give unsolicited, okay, I want to build a spaceship up on Mars. Will I be required in your intent, be required to only bring it as a conceptual and see if commission is willing to move forward? Or can I bring a detailed one first? Because right now, you can bring both. You can bring either a conceptual one for 5,000, or you can bring a detailed one for 25,000.
No, they can bring, if they want to pay 25,000 to bring a detailed one before the commission, so be it. But that's not reimbursable, because then that would require
hours for us.
Right.
Okay. So just to make sure I'm understanding the intent, Not only do you want unsolicited detailed proposals to come before commission, you also want conceptual ones to come before commission.
I thought we were talking about the same thing.
No, they're two
Conceptual
different
is
things.
unsolicited.
No, they're all unsolicited.
Right.
A conceptual one is,
Right.
Yeah, I think you guys are saying the same
no,
thing.
we're not.
No, we really are.
Yeah, I think
No.
sounds like it to me.
A conceptual one is $5,000.
Right.
You're saying you want the $5,000 one to come before commission for review first.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, that's what I wanted to double check the
Okay.
intent. Do you
And?
also want the unsolicited detailed one to come before commission for approval also? That's the $25,000.
Okay, and I'll say it again, if they choose to pay the $25,000 to bring it before us, so that we can say
Okay,
yay or
I just
nay
wanted
before
to
it
make sure.
goes. Right, I mean, you know, the whole idea is that we need to have that yes or no before they.
Excellent. Because there was also thrown out that everything must come first as conceptual and then decided whether it goes to unsolicited detailed. That's why I wanted to get the clarification.
If somebody comes in and drops in the detailed one, pays $25,000, can't we say $5,000 of that, it comes before the commission as a concept to start with, and then it can just progress from there?
That's what I said
I would say
an hour
if they
ago.
spend the $25,000 to do a detail, that's exactly what they're looking to do, and that's
That's
how
what
we
I'm-
look at it. 'Cause
Exactly,
they're
that's what I'm
wanting.
So we're
saying.
going to keep them as
think so.
both of them are going to come before commission, whether
Yeah.
they want to spend $5,000 or if they want to spend the $25,000.
Why I understood
Because
the motion.
someone may want to spend that $25,000 and have the review process just for the sake of making sure that it's all done quickly. And maybe they already know that the commission will support it because it's part of their strategic plan. I'm throwing this out because I'm just giving a what if. And they are choosing to pay the $25,000. It's a choice. They don't have to. I mean, they can bring that conceptual 1,000 degree, you know what I mean, and then pay 20 the next time.
There were a couple different ideas floating around. I wanted to make sure I completely understood exactly which way you wanted it. And it sounds like you want both options to come before commission.
I've got to admit, if somebody brings the detail, I'm not going to look at it as a qualifying project. I'm going to view it as a concept, just
Until
like
we
all
say
the
yes.
others. Exactly, until it is vetted through the process. I'm not going to spend, days laboring over this detailed thing. I'm going to view it as, is this a concept I want? Is this a public purpose or not?
Okay. So I have an amendment.
Yeah, one second.
Problem though. You're charging a $25,000 fee for a detailed plan, but it sounds like you would bring it before us without staff looking at it and making sure that it was,
I wouldn't do that.
which I believe, if you're gonna charge
Staff
$25,000,
needs to go through it.
staff needs to go through it. They
Before it
plan
comes
on
to us,
doing a
yeah.
detailed plan, then staff needs to touch it and say,
Again, it could be something that's detailed, they spend all of their time, and then it comes to us and we say, we don't like it.
I agree. That's why I said in the beginning,
That's why
they
they should come.
choose to do 25,000 without us saying yes or no, that's their problem.
I agree with that. I mean, I think all these, these
you know.
developers, they understand the risks, they understand those things, and we got the rules out
So you
there.
want to put the risk of you pay out the $25,000 and you may have to.
Yeah, or else pay the $5,000 for the conceptual, and we'll take a
conceptual.
look, and it'll,
Okay.
I think that's fair.
Later on, yeah. Yeah.
All right, so we also talked about making some changes to the existing ordinance, and I just want to get those captured in the motion, so I'll make an amendment. I'll make an amendment to move line,
Got that.
that's all right, so I got it covered. I got to find it, hang on, bear with me a second.
That was line,
To move 176, item number 3, to line 165 is the new item number 1.
Second.
Hang on, there's a few. Line 264 and under item number 4, that this information must include the following. And I know she said that was a Scrivener's, I'm just going to put it in the amendment. And
That was it.
changing line number 566 to the 8th day, I'm sure that's a Scrivener's error. And that's the end of my amendment.
Have a second? Okay, I have an amendment on the floor.
And then I'll have another motion after we're all finished so we don't muddy the waters.
I have an amendment on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Carasone. Vice Mayor?
I think we got it.
Commissioner?
Nope.
You good? All right, let's take a vote on the amendment to the motion. The amendment passes unanimously. Now to the motion.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Yep. The motion has passed unanimously. You had another motion, Commissioner?
I do.
or Vice Mayor?
Let's see if we can capture some direction about this conveyance of services and plans that former Commissioner Yates had talked about at public comment.
Public-private partnerships.
Public-private partnerships for services.
Services.
What was that? Yes, it's approved as amended, yep.
So.
Shut up, I can hear it. You keep it
So
up, I know where you live.
to capture services in a public-private partnership, I understand that there needs to be a lot more research. So I would like to have the city attorney do the necessary research, comparing with Florida state statutes, maybe consulting with the attorney that helped us with this P3 for services and plans to be a separate ordinance, giving the city attorney 6 months to create an agenda item and come back. Is that what I'm capturing from the discussion we've had already? Because I'll make a motion if I captured it
Oh, I
correctly.
thought that was the motion.
No, I just want to make sure I'm
I
capturing.
want to get clarification. So what you're saying is that you want an ordinance with qualifiers and requirements for public-private partnerships for services to come back within the next 3 months.
6 months.
6 months. Sorry, I have 6, said 3. Within the next 6 months, with the city attorney doing the research, correct?
Correct. You captured the motion, you got it, say it.
City
I
attorney, is
second.
that okay? Can you do that in 6 months?
I don't know, to be honest, I'm not really sure what you want. When you talk about, not just you all, we all throw the term public-private partnership around all the time, but that term does not really mean anything specific. That's not a defined term of art. And so what is a public-private partnership? Is it that we're gonna hire somebody to mow the lawn? So you guys want a process for that? Because we have a procurement process for that. So I'm not really,
That's a
I'm
service.
happy to do whatever you want, but I want to make sure I bring back what you're looking for. So
What-
if you could kind of, maybe explain that a little
What
more.
I'm looking for, and
think you're gonna have to
I
call
am
Commissioner
not
Yates.
trying to pull open any scabs or make any wounds. Citizen Suggs came by with an unsolicited idea for services. Another citizen could come by and say, hey, I want to work with the city for marketing, and I have this plan. I have this idea. This takes staff time, energy, and resources to thoroughly vet, similar to this big grandiose P3 that we just talked about. So I would like to see something for an unsolicited public-private partnership for services and plans. The key word there is unsolicited.
Commissioner, if I might, we get ideas and things unsolicited all the time. I mean, we spent 10 years on Springhaven Boulevard for an unsolicited opinion on a wildlife corridor, and we heard it, and we gave it value, and we listened to it, and we made decisions on it.
No public funds are not.
Were they not? Were they not really? Because I'm fairly certain there were quite a bit of public funds expended on that.
I understand staff's time is public funds, Commissioner.
Plus
but this
the
is
culvert and the redoing of the piping and the.
No, that was something totally different.
No.
We didn't put a culvert in.
We had to fix it. We had to fix the piping. We had already done half the work. We had already done all the engineering, and then we had to go back and re-engineer it for more money because of this wildlife culvert.
But that was a
So-
project, not a partnership, though.
But my point, that's my point is we do a lot of things that are unsolicited. As a resident,
Then you'd have to define. it.
everyone is allowed to bring whatever they choose.
That's what you have to do is come up with
You
definition
define
and criteria
what that
of what
means.
the services would
Maybe that's
consist of.
the first thing we need to do is
Right.
come up with a definition of what that exactly means, because I agree with Commissioner Carasone. I mean, every week, every one of us are hearing solicitations
Mhm.
for things they would like the city to do or us to do.
Or back or
Well,
support.
we've had several things that have come forward, even while I've been on the commission. One was we brought the chamber in as a partner and struck a special deal with them as far as marketing and advertising the events. Holly's Hope came before us.
That's right.
Teen Court came before us. Now this solicitation for a partnership has
DeFi,
come before us.
20 years ago.
I'm talking about just
Yeah.
since I've been in here a year and a half. And
Right.
I am uncomfortable without qualifiers, without parameters of anybody just coming and soliciting us to do or to help with them or that. I would like to see some qualifiers, some definition of what it is, and do they even fit into that criteria for us to even consider them to be a partner in a public interest, public purpose interest. So how we go about doing it, I don't know the best tactic to do so, but yeah, I would love to see something like that come about.
Maybe what we do is define it, because I do think if we're going to do that, it's important to define exactly what we're talking about. So maybe what we should do is have a motion, maybe that, legal or staff can come back with some solid definitions.
And parameters.
And parameters.
Definition of parameters or examples of parameters.
Yeah. So that way we know exactly what we're talking about. I mean, does that make sense, City Attorney? No? Say no, because she's laughing. I was like, no, I have no idea.
I mean, I guess we'll see when I bring it back. You'll be like, you totally
What are you
didn't understand.
talking about? Well, I'm trying to grasp what the Vice Mayor's saying, but I also recognize what Commissioner Carasone is saying, that if we don't have a definition, I think we can get ourselves into kind of a little bit of muddy waters there.
I understand, and with the appropriate motion, I can look even to see, what's out there, see if we can find what other people are doing, and our own, if we're just doing it all from scratch ourselves, then,
That's kind of what the motion was, wasn't it?
Maybe the Commissioner Carasone would like to try the motion, because we need to have a process for the Rich Suggs presentations. We need to have a process for Teen Courts and Holly's Hope, instead of doing this stuff on the fly.
Well, Hector Munoz went through many hoops
Exactly,
with his.
He went through
and-
many different hoops,
And
and
it
he
wasn't.
still isn't taken
It
care
wasn't
of.
rammed through for him, exactly, and it's been since July.
At
So
least
it's a
his was an
process
agenda
that
item
needs to
brought
be
forth
written.
by a commissioner, as opposed to a presentation that we're doing right away. We have to have a process for those kind of things, instead of on the fly, let's do this.
So what do you want to do? Do we want to define this? Do we want to come back with?
Is it possible for staff to come up with some kind of a process for the Teen Courts, for the EDC kind of presentations, for the Holly's Hopes, for the community gardens? I believe went through the right process, because the citizen had an idea, came to a commissioner, they worked together, went through legal, and it was an agenda item.
Holly's Hope went through a commissioner.
No, it was done at commission comments.
No, yeah.
Yeah, but it went
Yeah.
through.
Teen Court went through city manager and went through the proper channels. I don't
Right,
see what the big deal is.
and there was a
I guess.
final
I don't
vote
know.
on that. There was a final vote on the chamber.
I would say that if we're going to do that, we definitely need to define what it is. Otherwise, I'm okay with things the way they are right now with where we've left it. But I think if we're going to do that, we need to specifically have some definitions and some parameters.
Well, I do, because otherwise it looks unfair to some and not to others. And I heard back from the community a lot on that topic of the unsolicited proposition. That's my item. I haven't heard back on mine. Why is that one going in front of mine? You know, so to be fair to everybody, I think there needs to be parameters.
Can I get a motion concerning that? Commissioner
Well,
Lee?
I will withdraw my second because we have a motion on the
I'll
floor.
withdraw my motion. Go ahead, I think you captured it perfectly, Commissioner Luke. I'll let you go ahead.
Get after it.
All right, make a motion to ask staff to draft something for us as in regards to definition and parameters to make a fair process for citizens to bring unsolicited ideas, concepts, designs forward to us in regards to service partnerships.
I'll second. Perfectly captured.
A motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Commissioner Luke, anything to that item?
I think we covered it.
Commissioner McDowell.
Perfectly to make the motion, thank you. I hope it's clear to city manager and city attorney.
Not for the charter.
It might have been clear, except for the rest of the conversation that went with it.
Yeah.
Because some of the other items, I'll just pick on the one that was here today, community gardens, because they were here. That one wasn't necessarily a service proposal like the others. It did come through a commissioner, yes. It has taken extensive staff time to do, way more than we've invested in this one to date. I'm not saying one's better or worse than the other, but the fact of the matter is, it was an idea that came, a presentation was brought to the commission. Hey, what about this idea? This is what I'd like to do. Your code doesn't allow it. Please change your code. Didn't go through the process of getting a special exception because that's not what was pushed for. We had a process that could have allowed the community gardens. We just didn't want to follow that process. So
The pawn store,
No.
pawn shop.
pawn shop wasn't necessarily brought to us specifically by a resident. That was an agenda item created by a commissioner.
Exactly.
But, I mean, I don't know, I mean, I don't consider the community garden one a service, but it certainly was something that was citizen directed to you all, started with public comment, became an agenda item for a presentation, then involved an extensive amount of back and forth between the resident and staff, and then ultimately is with legal, it's gonna go in front of PZAB, we had meetings on it. So the amount of staff time involved has been extensive.
That's why I worded it the way that I did for services. That way, if a definition is given to it, then somebody who just makes a presentation is a presentation and it unfolds from there. But that definition then defines whether it is a service or whether it's an ordinance for a change in a code or something like, code-wise or legislative. That definition will keep the feelings from being hurt, I would hope, that this one is being put over me because it falls under service and not legislative or process.
See, I have a problem with the word service because even what we heard today from the Economic Development New Corp, whatever you want to call them, I don't see the service. Like I see the partnership.
Okay, service/partnership, I think would be a good way to put it.
You see what I mean? Like the service, if there was a service provided, there would be a contract, and that contract would then come before us. But to be honest, the service, I don't see the service, I see the partnership.
Well,
there was no service in Holly Soap.
But the reason that service was even mentioned was because I had.
What service?
Service was mentioned because I had used the word public-private partnership.
Right.
And it was being interpreted as though it were a project and not a service. Past Commissioner Yates separated the two, said, you know, she made it clear the difference between the two, one being more of a service/partnership, or even service-partnership, instead of a partnership that equates to a project. That's why I use the word service in it instead of partnership, so that it's not confused with what we just did.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor. We're going to would beat this entire meeting to death.
Yeah, pretty much.
We have a motion on the
Can you
floor.
recognize
We
this
have a
poor
second.
man?
I will.
Sorry, because it's more.
We have a motion on the floor. We have a second.
I don't think it's clear, so
You want to withdraw the motion?
I'm not withdrawing anything. I
right,
just
so-
don't think it's clear for the city manager. He expressed it's not clear, so.
We'll give it a shot at.
Let's give it a shot.
What a service will be.
It can
We're
be
gonna go
worked
just
out
service.
after
Bring
it
it back. If we
starts.
don't like it, we'll let you know.
Exactly.
Don't doubt that.
All right, let's take the vote.
I didn't get to vote.
Hold on.
Hold on.
We gotta
Go
reset
back.
it. Poor Pete didn't
Name
even get
didn't
the
even,
vote. Or was it me?
My finger went
name
there.
didn't even come up.
All right.
Everybody has to redo? Okay.
Oh, my God.
The motion fails 3-2 with Pete Emmerich, Vanessa Carasone, and Mayor Hanks dissenting. You have anything to that, Mr. Emmerich? Ms. Carasone?
You know what, we've gotten so far, so much progress in trying to make sure that the residents are trying to come before us and are happy about coming before us. I hate to see us go backwards. I just hate to. So I just can't support anything like that.
All right. I would like to recognize Commissioner Lockhart is in the house. We thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
No.
Appreciate you
There he
coming.
is!
No, he just moved on. Appreciate you coming. All
come
right,
up
so we
here?
are moving on
Next to
to
this.
consent agenda. City manager, did anybody pull any consent items as of noon yesterday?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll take a motion to approve the consent.
Can I speak to that? My thing just appeared, okay.
Go ahead and speak. I know you're talking.
With that, I believe I know what the intent was of what we did during commission comments last time and the motion that we ended up making during that point in time. But officially, we cannot pull anything if it's not in a public meeting. So I think because the motion did read that we pull things by noon the previous meeting, I think the intent is we notify of the intent to pull at noon in the public meeting. But it wasn't captured that way. It was actually captured by the words that were used. And that was exactly the way you just said it was, did anybody pull it yesterday? So did anybody notify that, you know?
You're absolutely
they
correct.
because we can't do that until we are in public meeting.
You're
So-
absolutely correct. So, city manager, did anybody intend to pull?
Notify the intent to pull.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And just
What do we do about the way it was worded on record, though? So that we're not doing something that's incorrect.
Nobody notified me of an intent, or did they even try to pull? Either way.
Okay.
It comes back, you know, through minutes and stuff. It's stating that we're going to pull when we're not in a public meeting. So do we need to
approve
do?
those minutes?
Going forward, what it will state is that, did any commissioners notify you of an intent to pull an item at the meeting?
Correct that with this
So when the
discussion
meetings
right
come through,
here?
we can- Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing we have to be cognizant of is, I believe Mayor Hanks had said, everyone will be notified of the intent to pull. And we cannot notify anybody.
No, he would do that.
So that's what was not said.
Oh.
It was, everybody will be notified of the intent to pull.
Did you go back and watch it?
Yes,
Is
I
that
did.
what it was?
Yes.
I don't remember that. I mean, was
So,
I like?
it was just,
I think we had an
we're just gonna
intent.
let everybody know. It was
I
more
think
of a
we had an
conversation.
intent and we were just
Everybody's
talking
gonna
over it.
know that we're gonna pull this and let everybody know that this is gonna get pulled. And I know the intent was not to
see, I thought
notify
he meant
all
like
of us.
staff.
Thank you, but he said we're gonna let everybody know I intend to pull
Yeah,
this.
no, I thought he meant
So-
staff
Yeah,
so
well,
that they know.
Sometimes when I speak, it's with the context that the charter applies. So when I say everybody knows, that's with the charter understanding that we can't talk among one another.
I just that staff would know, so therefore they wouldn't have to stay. I
Yeah,
thought
well,
that's how I
that's
took
it.
it.
Yeah, and then they would let us know, if anything had an intent to be pulled. So we could take a look at it.
So that it could be documented within minutes the way it was intended.
Perfect. And I do think it is important for the city manager to get with us on the intent of what is pulled, so we have a chance, because if we know it's not being pulled, then I may not take that time to look into it as deeply as I would if I knew one of you guys had pulled it.
Right.
So all that is understood, correct?
Yeah, I'm
Something
going to
you need
let.
from us for that?
I'm not going to let who know, if, Mayor said pull 3A, B, and C. No, it's just going to be the following items.
Have an
I've been
intent.
notified the following items have intent to be
Will
pulled.
possibly be told,
Yep.
yeah.
And then
Vote on that anyhow.
And
Yeah.
Commissioner
But we'll have-
Carazone's correct, because when you get in that public meeting, they truly have the right to continue on, so the way she worded it was perfect.
But it gives staff the opportunity to know that they're the ones to come, and they don't have to leave work if it's not.
Right.
So everything's good. You don't need anything from us concerning
No,
this?
but I think what you do need is when those minutes come up, as Commissioner Luke had
Readdress.
said, we need to make certain that that is notated in those minutes, that is the intent.
The intent.
Okay, so can I
Right,
get a
that was a
motion
good catch, by the
to
way.
approve the consent agenda?
I got my motion late.
Okay, it was moved by
Oh.
Vice, now who
Go
did?
ahead.
I started to, and she said so moved.
Why
so I
does it
stopped.
show me that you've made a, it just shows speaker,
I'll second it. You
All right,
moved
so
it, I'll
Vice
second
Mayor
it, it's fine.
McDowell made a motion to approve the consent agenda. Commissioner Carasone seconded it. Can we take the vote?
I'd like to speak to the motion, please, Mayor.
Oh, okay.
Especially since this is an item that is a contentious one for me anytime that I see vehicles on.
Oh, the vehicle. How that didn't get pulled?
I wanted it for the record and to let city manager and the staff in the department know that how much I appreciated them seeing a disparity in the mileage and making notations of it and taking the concerted effort to answer the questions ahead of time and on those repair history logs. And I really wanted to publicly say thank you for doing that. And I think this is the first time I'm approving replacement vehicles ever.
What?
So,
Let's put that in the
thank you,
minutes for
thank
sure.
you for that. I do appreciate it.
Calendar. I want my calendar back so I can mark this down.
I've got eggnog to celebrate with.
Okay, I get a new calendar. Here we go. I used to do it with Commissioner
let's take
Yates,
the vote.
remember?
Yes.
What's the date? The 8th. Oh, sorry, I'm writing it on the calendar.
That was approved unanimously. Moving on to public comment. Vice Mayor, we have anything?
I do not have any additional public comment.
So we'll move on to commission communication. Commissioner Luke?
I did want to bring up the recommendation. I believe Mr. Duval already addressed it because of what happened earlier, maybe metal type detection or something within this chamber. Speaking with Mr. Duval, you'll see he's wearing our hearing device. And
work?
It does. He says he hears the people very well and stuff. But if we're up here and we go, that's killing his ears.
Oh,
You know, anything that is
Or this.
not, because it's not new ears that somebody using this is getting, is amplifying everything. So not only is our voice being amplified, so I'm just saying that so that maybe we can think ahead before we do something like that to our citizens that are in the city
Can I add to
gallery.
that? And I'm not trying to put my back to you, Pete or Peter. Online, it's the same thing. You can hear the shuffling of the paper, you can hear the movement, and it really does take away from the fact of whoever's speaking, you can't hear them because it's almost like that kind of overcompensates. I still truly believe that we need lapel pens, and you can just click a button on, click a button off, click a button on, click a button off. I don't understand this, so it just seems...
That is an option.
My iPhone has it. Why
Of course
can't we have it?
Of course you can.
Yes, but for certain people, it is very difficult to hear them speak. And so with a lapel pen, you can hear, folks, so.
Something we may want to discuss at budget time.
I
or
thought we
something,
did,
you know.
but
No.
thank you.
I also am curious of when the noise ordinance would be coming back. I mean, the commercial garden we addressed earlier, but do we have an idea of when the noise ordinance is going to come back to us?
That's the.
Setting it back to the way it
AC
was.
handlers and
Oh, we
PDC
did that.
communities.
We didn't
Did,
do
but
that.
well, we
we're supposed to
stated it,
bring
but
it
it
back.
hasn't come back.
It's supposed to come back. Yeah, it's supposed to come back.
I could have sworn we did that.
Nope.
I'll get you a date on that. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Thank you. Just kind of putting it out as a reminder on it. I do want to say yesterday was a wonderful meeting, and Vice Mayor did an excellent job leading it. The timing was great. So good job and kudos there. Also, I asked city manager to forward what the Sarasota County EDC just got approved through the coding grant through our college out here, the State Florida College, which could really be helpful to students and gaining training for jobs. And that's it.
Commissioner?
Oh, wait, sorry.
The
Yes.
answer to your question is the first reading on January 22nd.
Oh, geez, you have some pull there, Commissioner Luke.
It's you. That's why I thought it was.
So it was brought to my attention, and by a citizen that's on the Environmental Advisory Board. They had their meeting last night. And when she contacted me, I immediately went back to something the city manager said, I don't know exactly when, so I'm going to say before the holidays, because that's safe, that there seems to be a problem with staff time with advisory boards and that you are going to bring something to us. But the problem is, according to the ordinance on advisory boards, the advisory board, creates the agenda. Not the agenda, the
Schedule.
meeting schedule. They were told that you, city manager, said that their liaison is instructed to have the meetings quarterly. And I am concerned with that because that didn't get cleared with us.
Well,
Listen, everything
they wanted to
here.
meet, some of your boards wanted to meet monthly, some of them wanted to meet weekly.
And I remember that conversation that you had, that you said you were going to bring something to us.
Correct.
Nothing has been brought to us, but it appears, from my perspective, after reading the email from the citizen, that action was taken without our knowledge.
I thought it was brought to us about liaisons, not scheduling, right?
Well, it's going to be
make their own
both.
schedule.
We'll bring you up an issue because, and if they don't have an adopted calendar yet, which is what they are actually supposed to do.
Right.
So when they came forward saying, well, we want to meet, one of them, first one was, we want to meet weekly. And one of your boards decided that, staff should drop everything they're doing, move rooms around, put equipment wherever we need. We have plenty of city rooms where we can meet. And they literally put this in writing, that staff is here to do what we ask them to do. And that's where all this kind of started, is no, that's not actually what staff is here to do. They have a liaison. But in answer to your question, we will bring you, I still intend to bring you an agenda item. I'm shooting for the end of this month so I can gather all the information. It'll either be the January 22nd or the February, 4th or 7th meeting.
But according to the ordinance as it's written, and I appreciate that, because we do need to be informed of this stuff. And if there's that kind of task being put on the staff, we need to know that so we can help you to help your staff.
Correct.
Because these are our boards. But my point is, these advisory boards set their calendar, not you, not the liaison, not us. And it appears that influences were made that they cannot set their calendar except for quarterly.
And so here's the question I would have for you then is, so at what point do they set a calendar that we can't live up to? Because that's the issue we're running into is, it has gone to the point where one of them wants to meet weekly, and I don't have staff to sit at or rooms for them to meet. Neither does the city clerk's office.
Aren't they required to meet monthly?
I believe they're
It doesn't say.
I don't think those parameters are in there, and I think this might be a discussion.
They set a
two
calendar,
set
but the problem
parameters.
is, when they set a calendar, it dictates my schedule, my staff's schedule.
Because we did add environmental board, a history board, we've now got a youth advisory board coming on, so we have added a lot more staff time. Totally agree.
Here's my concern, and I'll explain my concern as to why I'm bringing this up. You have a board that has citizens gung-ho to be participants in the process and devote their time and energy to be on an advisory board to help this commission. And they can only meet quarterly. Sorry, nothing's going to get done.
And
Very
I
little
understand
stuff is
that.
going to get done. And
But on the same side, and I totally get that concern. And maybe the quarterly wasn't the right way. Monthly, I could live with, and we can probably come up with staff for that.
Not weekly,
But-
though.
oh, absolutely not weekly. That's we don't even meet weekly.
We don't?
Well,
And some of these boards have taken on a life of their own that believe that what they're supposed to be doing is way beyond what their enabling legislation has them doing. Think that they have rights that are way beyond what the charter gives them the right to do.
Right.
and I think maybe because it's our advisory board and it's your staff, that maybe a simple, hey, this is what's going on, because you did say you were going to bring something forth.
Yes.
Nothing has
Like
come.
2 weeks
No,
ago
it's,
or a
it was
month
much
ago.
longer,
It was
much
I
longer.
believe, in early December is when we had this conversation.
Yeah.
Long ago.
This is realistically our first regular meeting since that comment was made.
Right, I just,
But the board had a meeting and they wanted to schedule a calendar that was excessive.
Yeah.
Not that particular one, but another one had already had a meeting. They wanted it weekly, and like I say, they wanted to take on a whole lot of responsibilities that are not what they were enabled to do.
well, I look forward to hearing and seeing what you're bringing forth to us. I'm concerned then about the other advisory boards, if they're going to all go to quarterly. Prior to our conversation, they will not.
I think Commissioner Luke is right on the money. We need to have a larger conversation about
Absolutely.
this. We need to have an ordinance that states that no more than monthly, whatever it is, unless
It does say no less than
outlined,
quarterly.
unless outlined in their enabling legislation, like we did in the youth board, because the youth board actually has those things in there. So,
Well, the time of day also matters too. I mean, we have swung to this day being 10 in the morning, so staff's not staying overtime. There's not a
That's another
clerk
problem,
going in, because you have not only the liaison, all of those minutes have to be captured from the clerk's office. So maybe adjusting the time that they meet would be
But
helpful.
you
That's
also
why I
have to make
said,
it conducive for them to meet.
that's why they set their schedule, but I mean, this
So
is something
bigger conversation, look forward to hearing it.
Exactly.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention that this is now a potential problem.
No, I'm glad you did.
That's
I was made aware of it last night
It's a
too.
realistic problem.
Yeah, and I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you. Vice Mayor. Commissioner Carson? Commissioner Emmerich? No. Mayor has nothing. City Clerk?
Oh, nothing, thank you.
City Attorney?
Nothing there.
City Manager? We're adjourned.
Yeah, Miss Katie made it back in time to leave.
shop any particular part.